Good morning, everybody. It's Monday, June 17th, and we're here today to consider the wildlife strategy review. I expect a fairly long meeting today. There are 18 delegations registered. I also want to welcome Councillor George DeRuse as well. We're co-chairing today's meeting, so Councillor DeRuse and I will take turns in the spot here as we move through. I'm going to ask the clerk's office to go through a roll call, please.
Councillor Brockington, I know he's present. Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Curry. Councillor Devine. Here. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Luloff.
He will be here. He's dropping his kids off at school.
Councillor Tierney.
Present.
Vice Chair Kelly.
Present.
Vice Chair Carr.
Present.
Chair DeRuse.
I'm here.
And Chair Menard.
Present. Thanks.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Hill has advised that he'll be unable to attend today's meeting. Before we start, I want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded, unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay. Not seeing any. Before we start, I'll just ask if there are motions or directions that we distribute those where possible. If we've got them in advance, we'll read them in before the delegates speak after the staff presentation. I also just want to mention that this is a heated topic for people. People really care about this issue in the city, and so I want to make sure we're keeping comments as much to the policy as possible today. And making sure that we have a good debate and discussion today. So I think with that, we'll move to Nick Stowe to go through the staff presentation following the number of delegations we've got. So over to city staff.
Good morning, Chair and chairs and members of the committees. My name is Will McDonald. I'm the Interim Director of Climate Change and Resiliency Services. I'll be presenting this morning with my colleague Nick Stowe, the Program Manager of Natural Systems. And I'm joined by my partners from Infrastructure and Water Services, Emergency and Protective Services, and Legal Services. Next slide, please. The city's wildlife strategy was approved by Council in 2013 and was originally developed in response to human-wildlife conflicts and included, among other issues, specific information and recommendations on managing human-coyote interactions. In October 2022, Council directed staff to undertake a review of options to better manage human-coyote interactions and to report back with options, recommendations, and resourcing implications for implementing a proactive strategy. After considering the requirements of such a plan and other persistent wildlife issues, staff advised Council in 2023 that the coyote strategy would be considered as part of a larger review of the 2013 wildlife strategy. This report provides the results of that review. Next slide, please. Beaucoup de choses ont évolué depuis l'approbation de la stratégie de gestion de la faune par le Conseil en 2013, surtout les changements climatiques, dont les rythmes s'est accéléré et les répercussions se sont intensifiées. La population ottavienne a augmenté et davantage de personnes utilisent les espaces naturels de la ville. Des modifications ont été apportées aux programmes provinciaux et locaux de protection des habitats naturels, surtout pour les milieux humides, et les maladies d'origine faunique sont plus répandues. Ces changements influent directement et indirectement sur le renouvellement de la stratégie. Next slide, please. The report recommends the Council approve a 10-point action plan to strengthen proactive and preventative approaches to human-wildlife conflicts. The action plan consists of a mix of new initiatives to respond to issues and gaps identified during the review of the 2013 strategy, and feedback received through the public consultations, and a reaffirmation of some of the more impactful initiatives that will continue from the previous strategy. The action plan can be implemented within current budgets and resources. The report does not address restrictions on outdoor domestic and feral cats, rat management, or the city's bird safe design guidelines, as these topics have multiple cross-departmental policy implications and are subject to separate dedicated reviews. Next slide, please. A public engagement campaign for the Wildlife Strategy Review was launched in 2023 and included an Engage Ottawa project page, 2 public surveys, and 2 public information sessions. Staff also undertook targeted consultations with subject matter experts, other Canadian municipalities, the agricultural sector, and environmental groups. During the consultation process, staff heard from a number of respondents proposing wildlife strategies that staff are unable to support and are not addressed as part of the report. These include the elimination of lethal trapping in favor of live trapping and relocation. Unfortunately, a total prohibition is not feasible to the city's legal and regulatory obligations, and provincial restrictions on the relocation of some wildlife. Trapping is only pursued as a last resort and is predominantly only required in older infrastructure not specifically designed to deter beavers. It is the professional opinion of the city's infrastructure and water services and legal services departments that the city has a legal obligation to properly maintain free from obstructions municipal infrastructure and other infrastructure subject to environmental compliance approvals. Financial support for wildlife rehabilitation organizations. The operation of wildlife rehabilitation organizations has become more challenging and expensive to deliver. However, Council has not previously considered this service to fall within the mandate of the municipality. And seasonal restrictions on vegetation clearing for development. Restricting vegetation clearing to a specific limited period of time would not be practical, as it would greatly affect the ability to carry out approved development and construction across the city. Next slide, please. I will now pass it to Mr. Stowe to provide an overview of the action plan.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Action 1 is to conserve wildlife habitat. So conserving wildlife habitat is the best way to prevent human-wildlife conflict and to support biodiversity. The new official plan includes the designation of a natural heritage system of core natural areas and natural linkages that covers 30% of Ottawa's area. Much of that area is zoned for environmental protection, and the natural heritage policies ensure that any future development is consistent with conservation of natural values. Council has also provided a staff position for wetland conservation and a budget for the acquisition and stewardship of environmental lands to add to the 10,000 hectares that the city already owns and protects. With these resources, we recently acquired a wetland property in the Carp Hills, and we are actively pursuing several other properties. Action 2 is to improve public information, outreach, and education. This was clearly identified as an area requiring improvement during public consultations. We need to provide more useful and detailed information on the prevention and resolution of human-wildlife conflicts. We need to provide better information on the resources that are available to residents. We need to provide more timely and useful seasonal information. So to that end, we are proposing to form a working group of wildlife experts and organizations to advise us on education and outreach, which we hope will meet twice a year. Action 3 is to continue to monitor wildlife-transmitted diseases. Natural systems staff already work with Ottawa Public Health on monitoring wildlife-transmitted diseases. This is reflected in OPH's Fight the Bite messaging for people using the city's urban and rural green spaces. The potential for wildlife-transmitted diseases is only increasing with climate change. Lyme disease is now endemic in Ottawa, which it was not in 2013. We've had instances of 2 other tick-transmitted diseases in the city, and avian flu is now a concern in the region. We'll continue to work with Ottawa Public Health to monitor the situation and to respond appropriately. Next slide, please. Actions 4 and 5 both deal with protections of species at risk and other wildlife along roadways. We know of many roads in the city where mortality of species at risk and other wildlife is very high. These are priority areas for wildlife protection, such as fencing and wildlife passages. However, the installation and long-term maintenance of such protection is expensive. It has not typically been included in the costing for city road projects. So Natural Systems will carry out a study with the support of asset management to identify high-priority locations for wildlife protection, determine a high-level cost estimate, and then examine potential funding sources for such work. The city is also approached regularly by developers who must carry out mitigation or compensation projects under the Provincial Endangered Species Act and who are looking for city right-of-ways or other property on which to put them. We're supportive of such proposals in principle because it's consistent with efficient use of development land. However, the city must then take on the long-term maintenance and replacement costs, which is starting to become an issue for us. So we're proposing to identify a financial means to recoup the costs of long-term ownership from developers. Action 6 is to improve public information and communication with the agricultural community on the Ontario Wildlife Damage Compensation Program. This is a program that the city administers on behalf of the province. Through this program, farmers are compensated for damage done to livestock by wildlife. We heard from the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and from our own wildlife damage investigators that many farmers may not be aware of the program or that they regard the application process as too cumbersome. We will be working with the Rural Affairs Office to improve the profile and the delivery of this program. Action 7 is the engagement, the creation of a wildlife resource specialist to lead city wildlife response and management activities. This activity, this position will lead the city's response will lead the city in the other actions that are included in this action plan, and particular, the response to beavers, the implementation of the, sorry, I've just gone blank. The implementation of the agreement with Coyote Watch Canada, and we'll work with bylaw services on implementation of the city's large wild mammal response protocol. That position will be funded through existing resources. Action 8 is to maintain current beaver management practices in municipal drains and stormwater systems, but to evaluate alternative practices in other locations. So as I said, one of the main tasks of the Wildlife Resource Specialist will be to evaluate alternative beaver management practices such as flow devices outside of stormwater management systems and municipal drains. In stormwater management facilities and municipal drains, we will maintain our current practices. That does not mean that it will necessarily be trapping. Our current practices also include measures for deterrence. But trapping will remain necessary to ensure that this infrastructure is in compliance with its environmental approvals. Action 9 is to support the implementation of the large wild mammal response protocol. Implementation of that protocol is with bylaw services, and it's currently implemented by one staff person, Christine Hartig. It's not, of course, feasible for Christine to be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And so where necessary, this wildlife resource specialist will be available to provide support for Christine and bylaw services. And then finally, Action 10 is to negotiate with Coyote Watch Canada to adopt its municipal canid response strategy for a 3-year pilot project. The cost for that would be $48,000 a year, which can be met through existing resources. And Coyote Watch Canada is a national organization. It provides advice to many other municipalities. They have an explicit protocol for working with municipalities. They have specific code of conduct for their volunteers. And they have a scientific board of experts to guide them in implementing their program. And they will be forming here in Ottawa a local team of volunteers to respond to requests from the community and from councillors' offices when conflicts with coyotes appear to be developing. Next slide, please. So the biggest question to arise since release of the report has been, why do staff propose to maintain current practices in stormwater ponds and municipal drains? Why not employ flow devices? I'm going to take just a minute or two to explain why. First, as we've discussed in the report, allowing beavers to remain in stormwater management systems and drains under the Drainage Act impairs the ability of the city to comply with provincial environmental approvals for those engineered systems. It is the professional opinion of the city's licensed engineers who are responsible and accountable for the design, operation, and maintenance of those systems that flow devices are not appropriate in them, and that in some cases trapping must be employed. We've seen reference to the work of Michael Callahan on beaver management in Massachusetts. His work is most often cited as the gold standard for the use of pond levelers. But as Mr. Callahan has said in his reports as recently as 2019 and currently on his website, in about 25% of cases, trapping is the only viable option for management of beavers. Those cases are in areas that Mr. Callahan calls reservoirs, areas where even a small elevation in the water level is not acceptable for safety reasons, protection of property. And he also identifies areas where flow devices are not feasible due to development or topography issues. And he speaks specifically of areas where you have long engineered ditches with a very low gradient, so very flat land, where it is not, where it is simply cost prohibitive to try to use flow devices in those locations because beavers can simply move upstream or downstream and rebuild their dams in almost an infinite number of places. I'll also add that very often beaver dams on agricultural drains prevent the functioning of tile drain outlets, which are necessary to allow farmers to get onto their property in the spring to do their planting. And I will now pass it back to Mr. McDonald.
Next slide, please. So, chairs, that concludes our presentation. We'd be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thanks very much for that. I'm going to ask that we put, if there's any motions right now that we've got in front of us, to put those out before delegations. We'll then go to delegations, and then we'll go back to city staff for questions after that.
I'm working on a motion, Chair. I don't have it ready right now, but as soon as it's ready, I will make sure you receive it and that it gets circulated.
Perfect. Thanks very much, Councillor Kelly. That's appreciated. When it is ready, even if it's a couple delegations in, let's put it up and we can do that then. I understand, Councillor CAAR, you've got a motion on behalf of Councillor Johnson. Did you want to read that in at this time?
Okay. Whereas Ottawa's natural environment includes land, flora, and fauna regulated and protected by municipal, provincial, and federal laws and agencies, and whereas the city would benefit from the expertise provided by industry and non-government organizations, and whereas improved public information, outreach, and education on prevention and resolution of human-wildlife conflicts is a key objective of the wildlife strategy, and whereas on July 12, 2023, City Council considered a report by the Office of the City Clerk titled Advisory Body Review, and in doing so, approved several recommendations pertaining to the governance of advisory committees and council sponsors groups, and referred recommendations related to department-led working groups to the midterm governance review. Therefore, be it resolved that Wildlife Resource Specialist proposed in Action 7, in consultation with the Office of the City Clerk, review the membership scope and objectives of a department-led working group in keeping with Action 2, including the potential participation of representatives from other levels of government, non-governmental agencies, and council liaison. And be it further resolved that staff report back to council on the results of this review by Q3 2025. So that's putting it forward on behalf of Councillor Johnson.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair and Councillor Johnson. Are there other motions or directions we've got at this time that anyone would like to put forward? Yeah, Councillor Brockington.
I have to send this to staff, but just as a heads up for colleagues and the public, my motion will read that staff provide an update on the revised wildlife management strategy 2 years after implementation by Q2 2027.
Okay, thanks very much for that. When we have the wording in, we'll get clerks to circulate that to all councillors. So thank you for that. I think not seeing any other motions or directions at this time. I understand that some may come up throughout the meeting, but I think we'll move to public delegations. So our first delegate is Paul Mussel with the Ottawa Federation of Agriculture. Paul, you've got 5 minutes to address the Joint Committee. We're just letting him in, I believe. So Paul, if you are on the meeting, I believe, if you can unmute and we'll have that 5-minute delegation.
Okay, here we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Wildlife Strategy. My name is Paul Mussel. I'm a 4th-generation farmer and a past president of Ottawa Federation of Agriculture. Ottawa has 660 members, but within Ottawa, there's 900 farmers farming 223,000 acres of farmland. And we had 223 million gross receipts in 2021 census. And also from the agri-food industry, there's 46,000 jobs. The Ottawa Federation of Agriculture supports this wildlife strategy as presented. And we love our wildlife. We love looking out in the fields and our forests and seeing our wildlife. We see the deer, the coyotes. We see the fox, the raccoons, the skunks, mink, weasel, mice, Canada geese, blackbirds, crows, beavers, muskrats, turkeys, groundhogs, and we do see rats, maybe not as keen to see them. But all this wildlife we see, but we also need to have them managed for our normal farm practices. This is through lethal trapping and hunting with 223,000 acres of farmland. Most of it now is tile drained, and it goes into 1,200 kilometers of ditches in our city of Ottawa, and they have to be maintained. And one of our common challenges is beavers, and the beavers flood the water, so our tiles do not work. They also make ditches dangerous for our farm machinery to drive near the ditches, so that we support the city in maintaining the ditches through the Ontario Drainage Act. The other challenge is our livestock is killed or injured. You mentioned about the farmers not needing to be educated, but also farmers are not compensated when their livestock is injured. There's no compensation for that. And the other wildlife do damage our crops, damage our buildings, and we need to have a management plan and management tools like trapping and hunting to manage them. Going forward, we look forward to being part of the wildlife strategy for the 900 farmers in the city of Ottawa that farm over 200,000 acres. And we thank you for being able to say a few comments today's program. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mussel. I believe there is a question for you from Co-Chair DeRuse.
Thank you.
Your mic, Co-Chair, is not on there. Just your regular mic.
Okay. I know. Good morning, everyone. It's Monday morning, still early for me, but I do want to take the time to thank Paul and OFA and our farmer. I know use some very good you gave us good presentation and you gave us good comment and remind us about how much we manage and how many farm we have. But I want to thank you taking the time this morning to join us at committee and share your thought and share the OFA and our farming community. I know you're involved in many other organizations, and you've been really invested in the wildlife strategy, and I understand the work you're doing around the city. So in my question to you directly, probably from what I hear you and what I understand, the OFA and our farming community will support, after looking at the report, I know we've been in discussion, OFA stand and the support staff report as it was presented, and will be good and supported by our farmer and our organizations in rural Ottawa. I understand that, Paul?
So we do. I mean, one of the things I wouldn't mind our involvement in is terms and reference for this wildlife staff and what they're going to be able to do in our city, and that we could work with them, the farming community, with this wildlife professional bring on board. And the other concern is with the coyotes. Coyotes make their living killing, and it's nice that they have a strategy, but there are opportunities, and they do, make their livestock, make their living killing. And, don't forget the young lady that they killed in Nova Scotia a few years ago. So just keep it all in perspective here too.
Thank you, Paul. And from a perspective of the beaver and in municipal drain, the work that the city right now doing, and I'm sure that Dr. Stowe mentioned in his report this morning as presented to committee, it's very difficult, and we have lots of drainage, and we have lots of municipal drain in our communities. I mean, miles and miles, and I'm not going to here to talk to staff about it. But the strategy that staff are presenting and to keep the municipal drain a little bit separate from the report, is that something the OFA also will support?
Yes, we need to keep the drains clear and open. One of the things, again, if trees are removed from the water systems, you're not going to have problems with beavers, but we do support at present that we need to continue to, keep our waterways clean and remove the beavers.
Thank you, Paul. I really appreciate your presentation this morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Paul. The next delegation we have is Sarah Barnowski and Stephen Smith, the Ottawa Humane Society. You can come up here to the public delegation. You just click on your mic, it turns red, and then you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good morning. Oh, great. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I'm Stephen Smith from the Ottawa Humane Society, Senior Manager of Marketing and Communications. The Ottawa Humane Society works with Ottawa bylaw and regulatory services to support and intake sick, injured, orphaned, and in distress urban wildlife such as raccoons, rabbits, skunks, squirrels, and other smaller species. The OHS has also coordinated and provided training at no cost to bylaw staff on the rescue and transportation of wild animals. To prevent the needless suffering of sick and injured wildlife, the OHS provides humane euthanasia services and coordinates transfer of animals who may be rehabilitated to the appropriate animal welfare organizations. Presently, the OHS bears not only these costs, but also the cost of euthanasia services for wildlife bylaw officers pick up and deliver to emergency veterinary clinics. This arrangement is an oddity among Ontario's municipalities. Wildlife management, including euthanasia services and its associated cost, is largely viewed as the municipal government's responsibility. As outlined in the city's wildlife strategy review, wildlife has significant impacts on public health and safety with concerns of disease transmission and human-animal encounters. Despite the OHS's involvement in supporting Ottawa's wildlife in taking more than 1,400 wild animals each year, the OHS was not consulted during the city's wildlife strategy review. Our organization only became aware of this hearing through an unrelated conversation with a city councillor. Our exclusion is disappointing. The city's recommendation to not support wildlife rehabilitation organizations includes direct reference to the services the OHS provides. It's important to note that the OHS is not a wildlife rehabilitation organization, but rather partners with the city to provide an emergency response for wildlife when a member of the public calls. The city's absence of support for these services sends a troubling message about the city's commitment to public health, wildlife, and environmental stewardship. Earlier this year, the OHS reviewed the Municipal Animal Services Agreement we hold with the city and gave notice at that time that the OHS would be seeking to withdraw from paying for the euthanasia of wildlife after hours. The OHS has no part in these interactions other than coordinating the contract and receiving a bill. The primary service relationship is between the emergency hospital and the city. The OHS occasionally incurs unnecessary costs when bylaw officers take actions outside of the contract, which has caused tension between the hospital and BLRS. The proposed strategies methods for the care and handling of sick and injured wildlife are firmly stuck in the past. The OHS, specifically our donors, have been left to pick up the cost of an essential element of the city's animal services. The OHS is willing to intake wild animals in need, but we are asking the city to take responsibility for euthanasia services needed for wild animals brought to emergency clinics by BLRS. The interaction does not involve the OHS, and the arrangement is an oddity for Ontario. Last year, this service involved 252 animals at an approximate cost of $22,000. The OHS remains available and will continue to pay for the euthanasia and triage of wild animals that BLRS picks up during the day when we are open. The past practice the city includes in its recommendations refers to a time that the OHS ran a full 24 investigations and emergency response system with officers on the road. The OHS has not had this role since 2016 when it lost its investigative authority, resulting in significant decrease in funding, service hours, and staffing. We ask the city to reconsider its reliance on past practice as the basis for their recommendation, as the past practice no longer applies. The OHS remains committed to partnering with the city to ensure that when residents call with wildlife concerns, there is a response available that your constituents can expect. The OHS is here for all animals and will maintain our contract with the Emergency Veterinary Clinic to ensure animals are not left to suffer. However, we recommend the city modernizes its mandate for animals and takes responsibility for wildlife that is commonplace in so many other municipalities. The OHS is Ottawa's leader in animal welfare and should be consulted on matters that directly involve its operations and mandate, leading Ottawa in building a more humane and compassionate community for all animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I see Councillor Luloff has his hand up to ask you a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Have you been given a reason as to why you were not consulted on this wildlife plan?
We've not given a reason at this time. Again, we had only recently heard about this hearing from an unrelated conversation.
Okay, understood. It would seem to me that it would probably be incumbent on us to be consulting with groups that are providing services that are directly resulting from this plan. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I know we had met previously, I guess, only a couple of weeks ago, and had a discussion about the plan coming forward. I'm glad to see you today. There are other questions that that councillors have. I hope one of them will ask around your nighttime activities and just to explain that issue a bit more, but I'll see what happens. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to understand what exactly happens in the nighttime and what has been done, what you're proposing will no longer be done, and when you refer to other municipalities and what their relationship is with these circumstances, what you've been seeing them do differently from Ottawa, please.
Certainly. So during the day and during the hours of operation for the Ottawa Humane Society, by law will pick up injured and sick wildlife and bring it to the Ottawa Humane Society. This may involve humane euthanasia services or transfer to a wildlife rehabilitation organization where appropriate. Outside of the OHS's hours of operation, bylaw officers will deliver sick and injured wildlife to an emergency veterinary clinic to provide those humane euthanasia services so that the animal is not left to suffer. Presently, the OHS has delivered a bill for each of those services rendered. And this is quite an oddity in Ontario. We have discussed the issue of several of our partners in the Ontario Animal Welfare Network, and no one has an agreement similar to Ottawa's.
So what do they do differently, please?
So presently, it's the responsibility of the city to pay for the services rendered at the emergency veterinary clinics in several other municipalities.
Okay, thanks very much for those questions, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. What is a good example in terms of municipalities, in terms of their processes?
Oh, there you go.
Can you give me a good example? From your perspective, obviously.
Absolutely. So looking at a few different areas, Perth is a really good example. So how Perth works, there are different regions in Perth that are divided, and they have separate contracts per location. So what we've seen to be extremely useful is that it is a cost per animal example. So by wildlife, if it costs, let's say, $50 for the euthanasia and for the care of that animal, it's not that exact amount. I'm just using 50 as it's just a general number, that then they, at the end of the month, that organization will say, we took in 50 wildlife per unit of animal, so how much it costs for the euthanasia, for the animal that has to be either euthanized or in the care, they then bill the city for that. So that way, because Ottawa Humane Society, we see a pretty similar number of animals per year, which is easy then to calculate how much it would cost year over year for these services, which is incredibly beneficial as well, because that way we can say this is the amount of care that we can give. But being able to then take that amount of money and knowing then how much it would be approximately per month, so that way they can budget that into their budget.
But larger cities, I mean, Perth is much smaller scale than here, so we obviously have a larger volume. Any of the, equivalent sized cities?
So I was talking with Burlington as well. So how Burlington manages it is that they have an animal control service who then does that work. So Burlington Humane Society actually is not in charge of wildlife, but animal control is in charge of wildlife. So that way the bylaw officers are working directly with a separate entity. So that way Humane Society is sticking with the role that a traditional Humane Society has, and wildlife is managed through another party.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Devine.
Thank you. I just want to pursue a little bit of the same line of questioning, and forgive if the questioning is a bit clumsy because I'm just kind of learning this on the fly. But if I understand correctly, what you're saying is OHS gets invoiced by emergency shelters for all retrievals and or action for work done outside normal daytime hours. That's just...
I'll add a little bit of clarity for that. So presently, right now, when Ottawa Bylaw Services delivers a sick or injured wildlife to an emergency veterinary clinic, the OHS will receive the bill for services rendered at that clinic for that wildlife delivered by Ottawa Bylaw.
And I believe you're saying that that arrangement for OHS is an oddity compared to many other, if not most, Ontario municipalities?
That's correct.
And if I understand, and to Councillor Kavanagh's point, it's one thing if you're making a comparison between Ottawa and Perth, but you're saying that in Burlington, it would be the municipality that covers those expenses that currently OHS is covering.
That's correct, especially because the interaction does not directly involve the OHS in any way outside of receiving the bill.
Thank you. And if you're talking about animal management work after hours that OHS is putting the bill for, and forgive me if you already mentioned this, but do you have a ballpark of what the annual impact on OHS would be for this?
Yes, presently it is about $22,000 each year, and we expect that cost to be rising significantly this year.
And so when you're, so 22,000 per year, and yes, I fully assume you expect it to rise because of out of control animal population. So very clearly what you're looking for from the city is for the city to cover those ballpark $22,000 to $25,000 per year into the future?
That's correct, and I'd also like to provide a bit of clarity too. We don't expect the number of wildlife animals to increase. What we expect to see is the shortage of veterinarians and the cost of living to affect the price we're paying on our contract.
All right, thank you. So that's very clear, what you're looking for. I think we'll just probably ask questions of staff when it comes to that, but thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thanks for your delegation. I expect there'll be some questions to staff based on that. Thank you. Next up is Donna Dubray, President of the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. Head up for the public delegation spot. And Donna, I noticed that Kate McNeil is also after you with the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. If it, I'm not sure if you're speaking on completely different topics or not, but if you're speaking together, then you can give you a bit more time to speak together as your two different delegates, and then people can ask questions of both of you if that makes sense. Sure. Okay. We have two separate presentations. Okay. You can feel free to go through the separate presentations, and then maybe you can take questions together from councillors on that.
So am I on? Okay. Well, thank you, chairs and councillors, for the opportunity to not only address the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre's very serious concerns with the draft strategy report, but we want to offer some concrete suggestions for moving forward. Our center, working with environment, conservation, and community organizations, submitted position papers outlining 7 key elements required for a modern wildlife strategy. The recommendations were practical, shovel-ready, and would save the city substantial money. Yet, these recommendations have almost been entirely ignored in the staff report. I will focus on 2, beaver management and eco-passages or wildlife crossings. As for respect with beaver management, the proposal to continue the lethal management of beavers in municipal drains and stormwater systems in Ottawa, killing a shocking 150 beavers each year, is no longer acceptable. In fact, it's shameful. It flies in the face of modern science, willfully ignoring the best practices adopted by governments and others using flow devices to protect beavers and their essential environmental services. The list of progressive examples, such as London, I'll ask for the slide to be put up. This is a flow device in a stormwater pond in London, where they have been using flow devices for almost the last decade very effectively. In the United States and internationally growing, and it grows monthly, including here in Ottawa on the NCC Greenbelt and the federal Carling campus. Last week, we received an email from Mike Callahan, the foremost flow device expert in North America, asking us to clarify at today's meeting the misleading statements recently attributed to him by the City of Ottawa staff. And here's what he says. When it comes to protecting man-made infrastructure such as road culverts, retention ponds, and other man-made drains, over 90% of the time, the infrastructure can be protected non-lethally and cost-effectively. He attached a 20-year study by the Association of Massachusetts Wetland Scientists to support this information. He ended saying, unless at least 75 to 90% of beaver conflict sites in Ottawa are being managed non-lethally, they are being mismanaged. As for the cost of this mismanagement to taxpayers, Ottawa spends $150,000 a year on a trapper, an amount that without any explanation tripled in just 1 year. And bear in mind, the cost of the trapper is generally only 10% of the real cost in staff time, salaries, and equipment wasted on repetitive maintenance for the 30 to 50 beaver conflict sites in Ottawa. Our center requests the Joint Committee to reject or delete Action 8 on beaver management and to direct staff to, number 1, prepare a summary of the amount of time per week that staff inspect, clean culverts, and break up dams at the 30 to 50 beaver management sites in Ottawa. It should include where equipment is required, along with staff time and salary costs, including expenses associated with any contracted service providers. Number 2, hold a public meeting to learn more about flow devices and their application within stormwater management systems and municipal drains. It should include flow device experts, city staff, and the city's drainage engineers. The other issue I wanted to address are eco-passages or wildlife crossings. We heard that Action 4 in the report talks about develop an implementation plan for policy 4.1.38 of the official plan regarding wildlife crossing and protection measures. But how can there be any confidence in this proposal given that city staff opposed eco-passages on Moody Drive and Carling Avenue that would have provided connectivity for high-value greenbelt lands and the significant area biodiversity? This despite the fact that the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre and community organizations had obtained funding for the study for this project from the federal government, which also would have helped fund this work. Another missed opportunity is currently on March Valley Road in West Carleton, March, where the city is involved in 2 separate projects, the relocation of Shirley's Brook and the construction of a massive stormwater pond on the opposite side of the road, which will connect to the brook. The area is home to an important wetland complex and one of the few remaining blanding turtle populations in this area, and it's a species at risk, of course. The city has done nothing to protect this species, nor is it working with the NCC, which is putting in place proper mitigation measures such as underroad passages and turtle fencing along the other half of this very heavily used commuter route. The city's negligence, and I'm going to ask for that slide to be put up, the next slide. which
Mr.
shows
Brown,
the Blandings turtle.
I'll just jump in and say, happy to have you finish up.
Yes,
Your time is up
the
here, and
Blandings
I'm going to
turtle-
give time to the next delegate as well to also have
Can
that
I just
full
make
time,
this
so
one last
absolutely.
statement?
Yes, you
The
may.
Blandings turtles that was killed a week or so ago is an example of the negligence and disregard for biodiversity. We really need councillors to step up, particularly with March Valley Road, and make some differences. To summarize, people and organizations want to see and participate in positive changes that are clearly needed in Ottawa, but the leadership of councillors will be required to make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Kate McNeil, we'll go to you now for your presentation, then we'll have councillors able to ask questions of both of you.
Perfect, thank you. So thank you, my name is Kate McNeil. I'm the Executive Director at the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. We're a registered charity that's been working on behalf of wildlife for over 35 years. We're very fortunate in Ottawa, not only to have an abundance of nature to explore at our fingertips, but also a significant range of species to share and live in and around our city. We're also fortunate to have so many passionate, informed, and dedicated community members and organizations that devote their time, often at no or minimal cost, to making this city a better place, some of whom you will hear from today. The city needs to start treating this for what it is, a resource, not an obstacle. I've been working for over 25 years to help connect people with nature. This includes providing tools to thousands of residents to help resolve human-wildlife conflicts, and we work to expose people of all ages to the wonders of nature. We also work with residents to help protect wildlife and wild spaces and species in their communities. So it was very encouraging to see such an overwhelming public support from residents for a wildlife strategy based on coexistence and for the protection of wildlife, as was reflected in the staff report. And I'll quote, "A public engagement campaign for the Wildlife Strategy Review was launched in 2023 and included an Engaged Ottawa project page, 2 public surveys, and 2 public information sessions. Staff also undertook targeted consultations with subject matter experts and other Canadian municipalities. Throughout the consultation, staff received hundreds of comments and questions. The majority of those participating in the external consultations were advocating for more proactive, preventative approaches to human-wildlife conflicts. Most respondents identified the welfare of wildlife as the highest priority for a wildlife strategy. So it was shocking to see so many of the proposed actions in the staff report did not reflect this public feedback. Public engagement can't be a one-way street. It was also disappointing that the recommendations in the position papers submitted by our organizations, as well as other environmental, conservation, and community organizations, were largely disregarded. These practical and straightforward recommendations would be easy to implement and fiscally responsible. Despite the significant public outcry about the shooting of a young black bear last year and the ongoing confusion as to who to contact with a large mammal concern, the report states that the bylaw and regulatory services have developed a protocol for responding to reports of large wild mammals in the city's developed areas since 2002. This seems to be a well-kept secret for many residents who try to find help. And so there really needs to be better public understanding, and there needs to be transparency. We ask committee members today to address these deficiencies. One option would be to expand the scope of the proposed advisory board. The parameters need to go beyond reviewing education outreach materials to include other subject matters, including but not limited to the assessment of the coyote and large mammal response, and reviewing best practices from other municipalities, including eco-passages and flow devices. This will also provide an opportunity to address items omitted, such as the protection for wildlife during construction. The advisory board must also include representation from local wildlife and environmental organizations, community representatives, and councillors, and should work with the resource specialist. This multi-stakeholder approach, based on collaboration, will create the required momentum to ensure forward-thinking initiatives are considered and implemented, and performance is measured. This will also ensure transparency and accountability. We're asking Council to show leadership today and use this opportunity to make amendments that will result in a wildlife strategy that focuses on coexistence, engages and utilizes community resources, saves money, and is something that we're all proud of. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentations. We're going to go to questions for committee, and first up is Vice Chair Carr.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I'll, from both of you, I know I was one of the councillors that went out to see the operations of the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Center, thank you, almost said Federation, recently, and appreciate the advocacy. Just on the point about the advisory board, I'm hoping that the motion that I put forward on Councillor Johnson's, on behalf of Councillor Johnson, will cover off some of the concerns about the advisory board. I did want to ask a question with respect to some of the information I had from when I went out to the visit, and that was that I think you'd given me statistics that approximately 150 beavers were killed a year in the city of Ottawa. Where does that number come from?
It's in the As We Heard It report.
Okay.
And so I think it's in the chart near the end of the document, it's the first question that was asked. And I think Dr. Stowe was at the meeting, and I think you possibly can speak to that.
Okay, perfect. No, thanks. I couldn't find it when I went through the documentation last night. And can I just clarify when you received that email from Mike, the beaver specialist?
That was
Friday?
Oh,
I think.
that was received on Friday.
Okay, and so he has been up to Ottawa to see the sites, has he?
No, he has not. This email was really to correct the misinformation, the misleading information, if you like, that was attributed to him in terms of, I mean, I think essentially the reference that there are 25% of sites that are inappropriate for flow devices is correct, but obviously what he wants to see addressed is what is Ottawa doing with the other 75% of the sites that would be perfectly suitable for flow devices? And he goes on to provide that information. He attached a report. It was a study done in a region outside of Boston, and where they essentially sort of developed a plan for putting in flow devices in those sites that were appropriate. And out of 55 sites that they looked at, they discovered that 43 were appropriate. And that's been a 20-year study now looking at the efficacy of those flow devices that have been in and working fine for that period of time.
Okay, thanks. So I think we'll probably have a good conversation on this when councillors start asking questions to staff. It's my understanding that we can put those flow devices within the culverts and the natural water courses, but there were some restrictions with respect to our municipal drains and stormwater ponds, but we'll get to that discussion with staff. But thank you very much for your delegations.
Thank you for that. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much, Donna. Very much nice to see you guys. Appreciate it, Kate. I just wanted to ask about where beavers are trapped. Is it primarily on public land, or is it private property? And just because obviously farmers are concerned, and so I just wanted to response about agriculture concerns.
Well, I think in terms of public property, stormwater ponds would be on public property, and that's an area where many beavers are trapped. And I think, again, with respect to the Drainage Act, in terms of supporting agricultural lands, no, drains are probably not suitable or flow devices are not suitable in those areas. But there are many other municipal drains where the city has confiscated, commandeered, whatever you like, natural creeks and streams and so on, where certainly flow devices would be appropriate. And those are on lands that are managed by the city.
Is there any other place besides the City of London where the flow devices are used?
Well, certainly in Western Canada, they're increasingly used. There's been study after study showing how cost-effective they are. In London, as I said, it's been proven. And the difference is I think in many cities, there's through so much development now, they don't really have much opportunity for beaver conflicts, if you look at Toronto and Hamilton and so on. But those cities like Ottawa, like London, for example, has a lot of forest area and a lot of waterways. And so it's a very appropriate place to sort of demonstrate that flow devices are perfectly suitable. And on the Carlin campus, as you know, Councillor Kavanaugh, a flow device is installed in the stormwater pond there, and it's working perfectly fine.
It just seems that there seems to be a difference of opinion in terms of agricultural land versus others.
Flow devices are generally not suitable for agricultural lands, and But at the same time, as I said, a lot of the municipal drains now are areas that have been really commandeered, if you like, of naturalized creeks and streams that don't affect agriculture, where flow devices should be considered.
You talked about saving money, but wildlife crossings, is there any estimates of costs of those?
Pardon?
The wildlife crossings?
Wildlife crossings and eco passages are one of the same. I think the city refers to it as wildlife crossing. But as I said, on Moody Drive in your ward, there was an opportunity for the city to put in a crossing or an eco passage, and the federal government had actually paid for the study. We as community organizations had persuaded them to pay for the study. They did that, and at the last minute, the city opposed it, which made no sense whatsoever. And now on March Valley Road, there's another opportunity where there's no coordination between the two city departments that are involved there. And again, the Blandings turtles that was killed there last week is evidence of what is going to increasingly happen there.
There's about to be construction on March Valley Road.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be repaving it. So my understanding is there's going to be work done on that road.
Yeah, no, it's with respect to the mitigation measures that have started on March Valley are inappropriate. There was fencing, but it's inadequate, and that's with respect. So I know that the project is still not fully underway. The creek still needs to be realigned. I know probably will be repaved. Somebody's mentioned that it's supposed to be projected to be widened as well. But this is kind of brings to the point that it's a silo approach, so everybody involved in this needs to sort of be at the table to help ensure that things happen properly.
So you think
I'd like to add, it's in stark contrast to what the National Capital Commission is doing with Environment Canada's support on the connecting part of that route. And Environment Canada and the NCC have put in proper turtle fencing, they've put under road passages in, and so they have recommended to the city. I understand that they do the same on March Valley Road, but to date, nothing has been, and we have no clear understanding of where it's going to go.
Well, I'll ask staff when we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cavanaugh. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair, and I wanted to thank both of our delegates this morning. You're both very passionate about the subject matter, strong advocates. The education and outreach that the center provides really is a culmination of lifetime of work for both of you, and I wanted to thank you for at least my time on council, everything that you've done to raise public awareness on something you both believe strongly in, so I want to thank you for your efforts. I just want to shift gears a bit. I think there will be some great discussion on the beaver matter, and a motion is being worked on now, but I want to talk to you about coyotes, which is a big issue in my ward for a number of years, and really why this management strategy has been revised. Some motion I brought forward back in 2022. Staff is proposing a partnership with Coyote Watch Canada, which I think is a good step forward. But if you could just give me sort of your high-level thoughts on the action item related to coyotes. Is this a good step forward, and anything else that you wanted to mention at this time? Thank you.
Yes, in fact, under our position paper on coyotes, it was one of 7 recommendations, was to consult with a species-specific organization. So we were pleased to see Coyote Watch Canada retained or proposed to be retained, but we really want to stress once again, there has to be transparency. We do not want to see the situation that evolved in Riverside Park South happen again. So there has to be community transparency, and community members have to really feel that this is going to be a very accountable and open to the public process.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for being here today, for your delegation and for the work that you've done on this. And I know you've been reaching out to many members of council and have had many meetings, and I'm interested to hear your experience in the consultation process with the city and sort of your experience on this file over the last few months. So have you been able to sit down and meet directly with city staff? Have you had interactions directly with the staff who are responsible for this report?
No, in fact, I think that's our biggest disappointment in the process. And after the position papers were submitted, and as I said, we collaborated extensively with other environmental organizations. And after the position papers were submitted, we have never had any approach by a city with regards to this.
How many attempts do you think you made to reach out to city staff to be, involved in this conversation?
Many attempts, I think, to really encourage better consultation and to follow up with collaboration as well, too. I mean, it's not, the As We Heard It report definitely outlines, I think, the fact that we had an opportunity to participate in that, but that was in May, June, and really our position papers came about because we really felt it was important to be very specific about our recommendations. And I know we have not had any consultation after the position papers with respect to those position papers, nor have any of the other groups that were part of our collaboration.
Did you see any of the concerns or points raised through your correspondence or the public consultation that did happen? Did any of that get reflected in the As We Heard It report to your knowledge?
The As We Heard It report, I think, we were surprised actually that with respect to the As We Heard It report that we were not even referenced as a subject expert, which in fact was probably correct because we hadn't been consulted, but then at the last minute our name was dropped in there. But at the same time, there's not been any direct consultation on any of the position papers. And certainly I think you'll hear probably from others today that many of the comments and remarks made in the As We Heard It report are not reflected in this current draft strategy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We do hear that quite often around this table when it comes to files like this and consultation. So maybe my last question would just be, can you outline for us your key disappointments in the consultation process and how we could do better as a city next time around with a file like this?
Well, I think essentially, consultation is all very well and good, but if it's not followed up with collaboration, in other words, it can't be just a one-way street, I think, as Kate indicated. And very clearly, I think there's a good opportunity going forward, particularly with our recommendation or the business of expanding the terms of reference for the advisory board and making it into a much more effective operation, and particularly adding to the people that should be represented in that discussion, those discussions.
Well, thank you very much for answering the questions and for your delegation today. And I know this meeting will likely take a little longer, and you'll see some motions popping up, I imagine, over the next little while. But thank you very much for coming out today and for answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Donna, I was going to ask you a couple of questions. Sorry. Thank you. So I very much, even though you're about to go, I very much appreciate your delegation. I very much appreciate the work that you've been doing on this file because I think clearly we have differences of philosophy on beaver management. And as a councillor, I appreciate having as much information as I can have on both sides. I want to speak a little bit about the wildfire risk issue associated with beaver management and wetlands preservation. Mm-hmm. So I do understand that when we as a council have been hearing about comparisons between Ottawa and London, because you've been citing London as an example, often, one answer we get back is about the physical differences between London and Ottawa, the amount of beavers that are much higher in the city of Ottawa. But I want to ask you if you can speak to the wildfire risk issue, because as I understand it, because in some documentation you sent to us recently, you quoted Dr. Cherie Westbrook from the University of Saskatchewan that speaks about the inherent risk when beavers are removed, when dams are destructed, that it has an impact on the groundwater table, which can have an impact on wildfire risk. And while I certainly understand any concerns associated with beavers and how they can have a negative impact on some of our essential infrastructure, I'm often wary about focusing on addressing one problem, but perhaps being ignorant about something on the other side of the ecological spectrum. So can you speak to, or your colleague, can you speak to the risk that could be posed by certain beaver management methods, trapping methods, i.e. the removal of beavers, and how that can speak to wildfire risk? Because as I understand it, that's a great risk in the city of Ottawa.
I think for many people, it might seem a bit of a stretch, but I think essentially we go back to the fact that critically for climate change, our wetlands are crucial. Our wetlands and maintaining our wetlands are crucial. And we've lost such a large percentage in Ontario. Ottawa has done a very poor job in protecting its wetlands. And then when you extrapolate that to the fact is the single most important influence in maintaining our wetlands are beavers as a keystone species. Studies have shown that essentially where there have been wildfires, they've been retarded. Those fires have been retarded by virtue of the fact that you've got surrounding vegetation that has been protected. Sherry Westbrook's research has shown that beaver ponds and impoundment areas, they can recharge water up to 2 kilometers away. So therefore, you're seeing obviously the influence in protecting our wetlands, ensuring that the beavers are there to continue to maintain those wetlands, and wildfires have a direct correlation.
Thank you, because as I do appreciate that the concern that we have about lethal trapping is not only a concern about humane treatment of the animal, but how it'll impact our climate. And I'll just read from that most recent document you sent us. California, Washington, and other Western states that we know to have the kinds of wildfire issues that we should only be, terrified of getting close to. Those states are encouraging the use of flow devices to keep beavers on the landscape, recognizing the ecological benefits this species brings in enhancing groundwater that buffer against the threat of wildfire. So I certainly am cognizant of that when I hear about methods about beaver management. So now I just want to speak to the Mike Callahan question, because I have heard, and I wish Mr. Callahan were present, because I've heard Mr. Callahan referenced and quoted in different ways. In the most recent staff recommendation, there's a quote of Mr. Callahan that speaks to, in 25% of cases, lethal methods must be considered, something to that effect. However, you were also referencing the issue with Carling, I can't remember the stormwater pond at Carling, but in that case, that is also a stormwater pond where federal engineers there are using the designs and methods of Mr. Callahan. So can I just hear, in your opinion, because in several of the reports you have sent us, you have referenced Mike Callahan and his position on this, and yet in the most recent staff presentation we heard today, that same Mr. Callahan appears to be supportive of the use of flow devices in minimal cases. Would you be of a position of being willing to accept the use of flow devices in minimal cases?
No, I think what Mr. Callahan was attempting to say here is that 25% of the cases, flow devices are not appropriate or would not work. And these are primarily in agricultural drainage areas and in certain other areas. But in 75% of the cases, and Callahan goes on to state, in road culverts, in stormwater ponds, just as we have on the Carling campus, they're totally appropriate. And that's why, in fact, Mike Callahan came up and spoke with the City of London back in 2014. And that's why they now employ flow devices in their stormwater ponds. And so stormwater ponds, road culverts, and a number of municipal drains that, as I say, not necessarily the ones that are affecting or involving agriculture, are totally appropriate for flow devices. He says that in 75 to 90%, if the City of Ottawa is not using non-lethal management, it's mismanaging. And your point, Councillor Devine, with regards to the City of Ottawa continues to look at the wildlife strategy through the lens of a wildlife conflict strategy. We need to look at it more broadly as an environmental issue. Keeping beavers on the landscape is good for the environment for the very reasons that you've identified.
Thank you very much, Donna. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you for your presentations and for taking questions today. Next up is Janet Stavinga, Friends of Stittsville Wetlands.
Good morning, chairs and joint committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the Wildlife Strategy Review. As noted, my name is Janet Stavinga, and I'm the co-founder and the president of the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands. I'm here today to express our concerns about the proposed action plan described in the Wildlife Strategy Review. We're deeply concerned that the proposed action plan does not reflect Council's commitment to develop a revised wildlife strategy that reflects modern day practices to coexist with wildlife in our wetland. To give you a bit of background, the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands are a volunteer, community-based, not-for-profit corporation committed to protecting, restoring, regenerating, and rewilding our wetlands for future generations. We came into being following a tremendously successful community meeting held in June 26, 2003. The forum was convened to discuss the formation of a community group dedicated to the protection, enhancement of the fragile and ecologically significant wetlands in proximity to Stittsville, and our organization became incorporated as a not-for-profit on January 1st, 2024. Stittsville, as many of you know, is a growing community, but it is located, and some of you may not know this, it's located on the doorstep of an exceptionally provincially significant wetland known as the Goulburn Wetland Complex. This unique ecological treasure is also less than 1 kilometer from our village square park. It's walking distance from our community. The wetland is accessible via the Trans-Canada Trail, which is that portion owned by the City of Ottawa, Canada's national trail and the world's largest network of multi-use recreational trails. Since the inception of our organization in June 2023, we built an enviable network of partners at the national, provincial, and local levels of non-governmental conservation organizations, including the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. We're also a member of the Ontario Nature Network. It's a federated member group of about 155 member groups across Ontario, providing a powerful collective voice for conservation. As a former municipal elected official, beginning as a councillor for the Township of Goulburn, then as mayor, and for 6 years as an Ottawa City Councillor, followed then as the chair of the Mississippi Resource Protection Committee, I'm well versed in the challenges and the opportunities facing our growing city. I've seen firsthand where we've stepped up as a city and adopted progressive measures that have contributed to community sustainability, civil society, and creating positive change, and regrettably, alternatively, where we have failed our natural world. It is this experience that forms our comments and concerns as detailed below. Firstly, the Friends of Stittsville Wetlands support Action 1, the conservation of wildlife habitat, as stated in the report. Number 2, we support Action 2, improve public information outreach and education, but we also look for some minor amendments, those which have already been stated by the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre as well. And we certainly do support the motion that was also proposed by CAAR for a department-led working group too. We think that that's an additional benefit to it. Friends of Stittsville Wetlands support Action 7, stay in the report, and that's the creation of wildlife resource specialists. Regrettably, in 2013, City Council did not support that position, and I would ask you to support that position because your city needs these resources to be able to implement the plan. Number point 4 that we have, though, is that we do not support Action 8, as stated in this report. We echo those comments already stated by the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. What is important to highlight here that city staff acknowledge in the report 2 key points arising from the public discussions, public consultations. The first is the need for a more consistent, effective, and timely public information outreach to prevent human-wildlife conflicts. 2, the reduction and elimination of lethal wildlife management practices. The report also acknowledges that the review was undertaken with several principles. Human-wildlife relations should be based upon respectful coexistence, and human-wildlife conflicts are human-made and a human responsibility. Yet it appears Action 8 does not respond to any of those points or principles, but rather really maintains the status quo. There appears to be no willingness by city staff to consider more innovative methods, and this concerns us. Again, that's been reiterated by the previous speaker. I bring to your attention a unique perspective from our organization, though, because we're concerned about the ecological health of wetlands and the diverse functionality of our wetlands across the city. Many of you might not be aware that these are nature's very own nature-based climate solution, and they're being damaged. The report acknowledges protecting habitat as the most effective tool for reducing, managing human-wildlife conflicts, and yet in 2011, the city approved the Hazeldean Road municipal drain within a provincially significant wetland, that's specifically the Goulburn Wetland Complex. This was originally rejected during my tenure as a city council in 2014. So regrettably, given the decision by the previous council to approve this municipal drain within a provincially significant wetland, compounded by the current beaver management practices, the ecological health and the diverse functionality of the Goulburn Wetland Complex is being impaired. We ask you also, under Action 8, we support those comments made by the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Committee, getting a more detailed breakdown about what's happening, as well as a public forum with people who have experience in looking at flow devices. Lastly, and I realize I have 0 seconds here, but the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre has been singly focused for decades on advocating for the adoption of modern day practices. I looked to them when I was a city councillor for guidance and advice when I had to make decisions on wildlife management strategies. So we request you to review and implement their amendments that were also being proposed. Now, more than ever, we must develop a revised wildlife management strategy for coexistence of wildlife in our city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I look for your favorable consideration of our amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stavinga. I know you're no stranger for these parts and appreciate your delegation today. Councillor Kavanaugh has a question for you.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you very much for making a presentation today. I wanted to ask how things have evolved since you were a city councillor, and has the situation become more crucial, maybe due to climate change or whatever, but or just in terms of opportunities? I just wanted to get your overall view on that.
Certainly the challenges before the city are even greater now. Climate change is something that is not just, it's not just a footnote, it is the bold text and in every single item that we're looking at. And I understand that certainly the city's working progressively towards that. You have challenges, your climate change management plan that was just recently discussed in the Auditor General's report. There's of course some work that the city needs to be doing because you're falling behind in that regard. I know there's also the resiliency plan that's coming forward too. And I think all these are very important. And I think, I mean, this is going back to, again, the motion by CAAR, because it's recognizing more and more so that there are interrelationships between all the departments within the city, and one can no longer work in a silo. And it's really important for not just climate change, but to look at our natural assets in terms of infrastructure management. Interesting enough, that word is not even utilized in a report to be considered by another joint committee coming up on Thursday. So it is, Councillor Kavanaugh, it's paramount that we take action. And unfortunately, I feel we're falling behind in some regard. And that's unfortunate. There was a time where I had quite proud of the city, but now I am becoming more and more concerned. I would also highlight too, perhaps this is an opportunity through this committee, through joint committee or at another, that's up to your consideration. But really, I was appalled that a municipal drain was approved in a provincially significant wetland back in 2011. I know there's some ongoing discussions about one going through the Richmond Fen right now that the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority is pushing back strongly at. So if you're looking at protecting wildlife habitat, minimizing conflict, gosh, municipal drain through a provincially significant wetland is not something the city should be looking at from a policy perspective.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Kavanaugh, and thank you, Ms. Stavinga, for being here with us today. Our next delegation is Ross Owens. Okay, I think he's accepting the prompt right now, but Ross, if you're online, I'll give you a few more seconds here to accept that prompt. Okay, we'll move on and we'll come back if necessary, but Catherine Clydesdale is the next delegation. Catherine's here in person with us, and you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I think everyone here today can agree that we are in a climate crisis. A couple of weeks ago, as I am sure many are aware, members of Parliament on the Environment and Sustainable Development Committee met with CEOs in the oil and gas industry to ask tough questions regarding their efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to be in line with a 1.5 degree target. Not surprising that these CEOs intend to increase their production, generate massive profits without compassion for the individuals, wildlife, and the planet, all harmed during intensifying natural disasters. These CEOs do not want to change their behaviors at all. Our elected MPs will have to make it happen. In Canada this year, there are already wildfires out of control in Western Canada due to too little rain and snow falling over the winter. In 2023, here in Ottawa, there were smoke advisories, heat warnings, and torrential rains. There were wildfires as close as Calabogie. Not only are we in the midst of a climate crisis, but we are also in the midst of a biodiversity crisis. The two are, of course, intertwined, since climate change is one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss. There are those who think that the biodiversity crisis is more of a threat to life on this planet than the climate crisis. How does this filter down to you in your role as councillors for the City of Ottawa? What's the best and cheapest way to harness nature to fight climate change? Protect and restore the world's wetlands. What's the best way to counter extreme floods and droughts in a rapidly warming world? Protect and restore wetlands. Which biodiverse ecosystems are disappearing faster than forests, but so far have received less attention? You guessed it, wetlands again. And what is the single most important species in maintaining healthy wetlands, and thus a key ally in fighting climate change? Of course, it is the beaver. Beavers minimize flood risk, provide insurance against drought, improve water quality, increase a landscape's fire resistance, and create habitats for other species. Where my husband and I walk on the Trans-Canada Trail just last week, we saw 2 turtles laying eggs, frogs, a deer, a myriad of birds, all in the Stittsville wetlands. It is a known fact that the City of Ottawa currently traps and kills 150 beavers each year. Why? Because the attitudes of the City of Ottawa staff are similar to the CEOs of the oil and gas companies. They do not want to change, despite the fact that there are viable options for protecting city infrastructure without killing beavers. And I'm going to mention Mike Callahan again. I was shocked to learn that in 2012, 12 years ago, Mike Callahan, a beaver expert, as we all know now, offered to come to Ottawa to give his advice to the City of Ottawa stormwater engineers at no charge as a goodwill gesture. No one from the City of Ottawa took Mike Callahan up on his offer, and in fact, they did not even respond to his letter. Here's a quote from his letter in 2012. Over the past 14 years, I have personally designed and installed over 850 successful flow devices for over 120 municipalities, government agencies, utilities, and businesses. These flow devices are so successful, I can guarantee they will prevent beaver-related flooding damage. Given the enormity of the problems we are facing on this planet, there is no excuse for not considering anything that will help to mitigate damage to our environment and ecosystems. I urge all of you to insist that city staff look into all options to avoid killing beavers and to protect our remaining wetlands. The fact that the city staff made the decision not to accept Mike Callahan's offer 12 years ago has made me wonder why you continue to accept their advice. City staff does not have to explain their actions to constituents. You do. And we have clearly spoken to say we need change and we need it now. I will leave you with a quote from David Suzuki. The affordability and climate crises are affecting people in Canada. Solutions exist. What's needed is the political will to implement them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your delegation here today. Appreciate you being here. And we're going to move to the next delegation. I believe Ross Owens is online now. And so we'll just see if he'll accept the prompt.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. You've got 5 minutes to address.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. My name, as we mentioned, is Ross Owens. I'm a rural landowner. We are residing in the southeast area of Ottawa, a little bit east of Bars. We have 31 acres of land, 20 acres of which is bush with extensive recreational trails, principally used for horseback riding. And through the west end of our property, there's a south-flowing creek that flows eventually under a road culvert and then into a municipal drain. So I'd like to give you a little bit of history and experience that we've had with beavers over the last number of years. About 18 years ago, beavers moved into our property and we thought nothing of it at the time, but fast forward for six years after that, they had built an upper dam that's 200 feet long and a lower dam 40 feet long and created a 7.5 acre lake on our property. They had also blocked the culvert going under the road and allowed the water to rise within 1 foot of the road surface, which actually backed up over the two upstream dams. It flooded our riding trails, but more than that, it seriously affected one of our neighbors, creating serious health and safety issues and a liability for us. Water was in his backyard surrounding his surface well. His basements would flood with very short power outages. Beavers downed trees in his backyard, one almost hit the house, and his septic system was being threatened by higher water tables. The city was coming out and clearing the culvert several times a week, only to have it blocked the following night. And at one point during this period, the road actually washed out and it was closed for a week for repairs. The city was also trapping beavers, and for us that created a safety issue, not only for wildlife, but for pets and kids with a live trap in the area. And in reality, what we discovered was that when people trap a beaver and remove it from the area, all it does is creates a new listing on the beaver real estate website for a well-maintained 2-bedroom lodge with an in-ground pool on 7.5 acres. And when you can imagine that results in a very quick sale. New tenants move in only a few days and resume the maintenance of the property the same as it was before. So in spite of the city's efforts and a tremendous expense coming out all the time to try and resolve this, the issue was not being resolved, and we and our neighbors still had the issues. We knew that we had to take some sort of action that was different than what the city was using. With the assistance of Beaver Solutions in Massachusetts, we talked about Mike Callahan a number of times. We sent him photos of the area, etc., came up with some designs and helped us in creating pond levers in the form of fence and pipe for the culvert and pond levers for the dam. Over about a year of negotiations with the city, an agreement was finally reached to install devices at the culvert that was on city property. And the city agreed to provide us with heavy equipment to prepare the area for the culvert. We built the fence and pipe and installed it. And we had already installed the pond levers previously to that. And the success was far beyond what we ever expected. With only a few days, the water levels were completely controlled. It took, however, about 2.5 months for the land to dry out, for the saturated land to become less soaked. All of our neighbors' issues were mitigated. Our riding trails were again usable. The beaver area was reduced to about 2 acres, and the beavers seemed to be perfectly happy with their new reduced backyard pool. Our liability issues were mitigated. And in the 10 years following that, right today, the city has never had to clear the culvert once. They were coming out several times a week prior to that and not resolving the issue. And only once in 10 years has the city cleaned the ditch at the culvert as part of an ongoing maintenance effort. So currently, we have the flow devices still installed, and we've done minimal maintenance over the 10-year period. They're now about 10 years old, and I think it's about time that we replace them. And going back, thinking to where we were before, we probably should have manufactured them a little bit differently to make them last longer. The dams do not need to be removed. They're providing flow control. They're mitigating land erosion. They're providing sustainable ecosystems. The beavers are now gone. After about 3 years, they have exhausted their food supply on the controlled area, and since they can't expand anymore, they've moved on. So of the 3 options that were being used for beaver control, that being dam removal, trapping, and flow devices, only the flow devices have proven effective, sustainable for the long term, cost effective, virtually maintenance free without any safety issues whatsoever. And we have been successful in many municipalities, both in northeastern USA, and we mentioned London, Ontario, where these things have been used very successfully. I'd like to put forward a proposal to the city. And I would like the city, with consultation and guidance, make sure this is done properly, to select 10 or 12 locations that are suitable for flow devices. Install the flow devices in half of them to perform normal control activities as they normally do on the others. Track the activities, track the maintenance costs, and document the performance and the sustainability of these activities. And eventually implement as a general policy the method proven to be the most appropriate considering all factors. And I would like to entertain any questions, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Owens, for your presentation today. I'm not seeing questions at the moment, but we appreciate your delegation. Thank you for being here. Our next delegation is Linda Cronin.
Good morning, acting mayors, councillors and staff. My name is Linda Cronin and I'm a long-time resident of Ottawa. I'm here to speak on Action 8, Beaver Habitat and Practices, in particular the use of flow devices in municipal drains. We know that other cities have embraced current technologies such as flow devices in beaver management. The City of London has been using flow devices for 10 years, and many have been installed across North America in large and small cities. Alberta, Port Moody, a population of close to 40,000, has an extensive beaver management plan. Councillors have visited the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre and have seen them in action. They work and they're cost effective. Information is out there. Flow devices are proven technology, and yet Ottawa continues to trap and cull up to 150 beavers every year. Why? Residents have spoken in the As We Heard It report. They want to see an innovative and progressive humane wildlife strategy for the city, and they want all city staff, drainage engineers to implement these aims. Kids and grandparents are out there cleaning up streams, visiting wildlife centres, promoting coexistence. At the very least, the City of Ottawa should be doing its part, be a leader in embracing new technologies and be part of a global effort to protect and promote our incredible environment for future generations. There has been enough talk. It has been 11 years since the last wildlife report in 2013. 11 years to embrace current best practices. It's time to take action. In the light of this, I have chosen to rewrite Action 8 of the Wildlife Strategy to represent the residents' demands and to embrace science, technology's best practice in protecting beaver habitat. Before I do that, can I direct your attention to this action item 8, which I'm sure you have in front of you. There are some words in there: maintain current, which is basically status quo. Evaluate, current practices already exist. Let's not waste more tax dollars. Explore means ignore. A rewrite of Section 8, or Action 8. The Beaver Management Plan promotes coexistence and best management practices and will actively integrate proven alternatives such as flow devices, embracing the best available science and technology available, as opposed to extermination or relocation. The intention is to balance the natural habitat of beavers and their value and importance to residents and the environment with the need to protect public infrastructure. Mayor, acting mayor and councillors, let's lead as opposed to follow. The residents want it, the beavers want it, the environment demands it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Appreciate you being here today. Our next delegation is Mary Sarumi.
I had a presentation. I had a slideshow there.
Perfect. It looks like that's up on the screen now, and you've got 5 minutes to address the committee.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. My name is Mary Surumi. I am the organizer for Climate Safe Ottawa and the Plant-Based Treaty. Today, I am speaking about the Wildlife Strategy Review. Next slide, please. While the strategy is positive for coyotes, the following are some areas that the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Center has recommendations for. Next slide, please. Adopt proven strategies used in cities like Toronto, Oakville, Niagara Falls that are built around public education and detailed response guidelines. Discontinue citing reports, particularly as the city reports do not distinguish the difference between sightings and incidents. Asking people to report a sighting promotes unwarranted fear and the expectation that it's a safety concern that the city should do something about. Providing ongoing education and interesting facts about coyote biology and behavior so that people are given the tools to avoid conflict, as well as feeling empowered in living with coyotes in their neighborhood. Next slide, please. As an example, someone posted the following question on a community Facebook post in Barrhaven. Next slide, please. Looking for a recommendation to whom to report the sighting coyote in my neighbor's backyard. I guess it is drawn to the seas as the bird feeder. I have a dog, so I'm quite anxious. Next slide, please. As the next slide will show, based on people's replies and comments, the majority of people care about coyotes and wildlife, but need education so they can enjoy nature and wildlife and learn to live with it. Next slide, please. Below are just a few comments of many supporting wildlife. Take the seeds down, the poor thing will go away. They have no space of their own left. Don't forget we live on their land. Blame the city for cutting down their homes. If you don't want wild animals in your yard, get rid of the bird feeders, food, etc. Just like squirrels, birds, etc., they're wild animals. We've been encroaching into their habitat for years. Leave them alone. Next slide, please. There are also posts where people assume the city will kill the coyotes. Someone's comment was, report it so the city will come eradicate it, leave it, or do like others suggest. Remove what's attracting it or scare it away. It seems that this is a warranted concern if you look at what happened in November of 2022 when a snare was used to trap a coyote in McCarthy Woods. The city had said that it was a resident taking matters into their own hands, but it was determined that the city had hired a trapper and 3 coyotes were killed that we know of. Next slide, please. I hope the city can utilize cost-effective flow devices for beaver management. Wetlands are under serious threat, disappearing 3 times faster than forest. They are highly productive ecosystems and put lots of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. Next slide, please. Just a reminder of all mammals on Earth, 60% are farmed animals, 36% are humans, and only 4% are wild animals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us here today and the PowerPoint that you presented. I'm going to, before we go to the next delegate, I believe Councillor Kelly has refined the motion that he spoke about at the beginning of the meeting, so I'll ask Vice Chair to read in that motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Therefore, be it resolved that the wildlife specialist work with IWSD to create an inventory of existing drains and water courses with ranking of beaver conflicts and feasibility of alternatives for each and costing for those alternatives. Progress reports to come to committee and council. And be it further resolved that city staff identify specific locations where alternative management practices, such as flow devices, will be used while maintaining its responsibilities under the Drainage Act, and that staff convene a public forum to learn more about the benefits of flow devices and their application within municipal infrastructure systems, specifically stormwater management systems. This forum should include an invitation to flow device experts, as well as a municipality with a proven track record of using these devices. City staff and the city's drainage engineers should also attend. Be further resolved that the city complete a summary of the amount of time per week that the city staff inspect and clean culverts and break up dams at the 30 to 50 beaver management sites in Ottawa. This summary should include where what equipment is required, along with staff time and salary costs, including expenses associated with any contracted service providers and overtime. And be further resolved, the city invite a flow device expert to analyze the results of the inventory of existing drains and water courses, review current practices of the city for beaver management, and provide recommendations on an approach that integrates flow devices as a beaver management tool for stormwater systems based upon respectful coexistence. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Buck, I see your hand up on a point.
Not regarding the motion that was just read in. I just wanted to make a correction from the previous speaker who basically implied that the city condoned the use of leg snares in the McCarthy Woods. Neither the NCC nor the city nor the city's hired coyote specialist used leg snares. We had a rogue person or persons in the community who was allegedly putting these snares up in the woods, but it was not condoned by the city or the NCC.
Okay, thank you for that. Do you have a question for the delegate, or just want to make that point? Okay, thank you for that. Our next delegate is Erica Shardlow with Cafes.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay?
Hi, Erica. We can hear you great. You can go ahead.
Wonderful. So good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Erica Shardlow, and I'm a program coordinator at Cafes Ottawa. And yes, I do have a slide deck, which you'll see if you can go to the next slide. So we are community associations for environmental sustainability. We are a network of local environmental leaders, and our network includes almost 200 individual and organizational representatives across all wards and 50 neighborhoods. Next slide, please. This is just a brief overview of some of the recommendations I'll touch upon, so we can go to the next slide, please. So first of all, we would like to see the strategy adopt a broader focus on biodiversity rather than focus on preventing human-wildlife conflicts or managing wildlife. We are in a biodiversity crisis. Wildlife populations are dramatically decreasing, and this is largely due to habitat destruction. In Ottawa 2023, Ottawa signed the Montreal Pledge, which arose from COP15 to reduce threats to biodiversity. We wanted to touch on this because we want to see Ottawa follow up on this, and the wildlife strategy could be a great avenue to do that. Even just looking at the first 4 commitments on the pledge, which are on the slide here, they are to integrate biodiversity into planning, restore ecosystems and their connectivity, conserve natural environments, and ensure the conservation of vulnerable species. So these actions are not only essential for minimizing conflict, but to ensure our species survive. And we think that needs to be a bit clear in the wildlife strategy. Next slide, please. So Cafes supports staff in identifying and prioritizing road segments where wildlife crossings could be installed. And we want to note that the official plan does support this as well. We hope that this will include investigating bridges where roads intersect with natural areas, and especially where there's already an increased risk of mortality, as well as looking into wildlife fencing. We wanted to note that the city of Edmonton is a great example of wildlife crossings. They have over 30 now, and they apparently have reduced collisions by 51%. We've also found some research in Arizona and Florida that showed that wildlife culverts in parks decrease the road casualties by 90%, which is so significant and just something that we can't justify not looking into. I also wanted to flag the Blandings turtle issue, which I know has come up this morning. This population is in rapid decline due to extensive development and road collisions. We have heard about March Valley Road, and this natural habitat for the turtles is a really excellent example of where we would like to see some investigation for turtle fencing and crossings. Next slide. In terms of beaver management, we do urge the city to conduct an immediate cost-benefit analysis to investigate where these flow devices could be installed in rural and urban Ottawa. I know we've talked about this morning again. Studies have shown that flow devices can decrease costs significantly and are effective in retention ponds and drains. And according to the Beaver Institute in Massachusetts, even in areas with zero tolerance on water levels rising, the culvert protective fences have had a 95% success rate and only need maintenance about once per year. And these are some findings that have been from the Beaver Solutions Company, which installs the devices. The next slide, please. We also wanted to mention that cafes does support the recommendation to increase public awareness and education. I think a lot of people still don't know a lot about local wildlife and how to peacefully coexist. And it's definitely important to be strategic with how the city is providing that education. We wanted to mention that cafes can always play a supportive role in engaging, bringing the community together in order to hold a workshop or maybe an updated dialogue series. We're always happy to engage in those partnerships. Next slide. So lastly, we know the staff report acknowledged that the city's bird safe design guidelines are not a focus of the wildlife strategy since they have cross-departmental implications. But we just wanted to stress that if the city is to prioritize biodiversity, there needs to be, excuse me, stronger cohesion. Public education, sorry about that, is really not where it needs to be in terms of bird safety and coexistence. And we just want to see bird safety more strictly enforced and better integrated with the wildlife strategy. So if you go to the next slide, that is all we have. Thank you very much for the opportunity this morning.
Thank you very much for that succinct presentation. We appreciate you being here and addressing committee. Our next delegate is Selena Walker.
Good morning. Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Although I have submitted more detailed comments in writing, I wanted to focus on the action item which stood out to me as being particularly problematic. I'm referring to Action 8, which specifically states the city will maintain current beaver management solutions in municipal drains and stormwater systems and will evaluate alternatives in other locations. This action is contrary to the strategy's stated principle of respectful coexistence with an ethical responsibility to avoid causing unnecessary suffering of animals. Furthermore, as summarized in the recently released As We Heard It report, the majority of respondents advocated for the welfare of wildlife, the use of proactive, preventative approaches to wildlife management, and the use of non-lethal methods, especially with respect to beavers, coyote, and large mammals. The beaver management solutions that the city wishes to maintain are routine trapping and killing of beavers, destroying their dams, and dredging the municipal drains. I find this extremely egregious, especially when the municipal drains are within provincially significant wetlands, which are supposed to be protected. For example, and I live in Stittsville, in the former Goulburn Township, present city of Ottawa. For example, just outside the urban boundary of Stittsville is the Goulburn Wetland Complex, in which the city has designated Pool Creek as the Hazeldean Municipal Drain. The purpose of the drain is to remove water from the wetland, even though there are no agricultural lands or infrastructure there that are under threat from flooding. Redesignating Pool Creek, which is a distinctly cool water creek, as the Hazeldean Municipal Drain, and using the accompanying traditional methods of beaver management fails to appropriately recognize the importance of wetlands and the role of beavers inhabiting that wetland. Wetlands are biodiverse ecosystems which filter the water, prevent both flooding and droughts, and which sequester carbon dioxide while releasing oxygen into the air. Beavers create dams and ponds which decrease the risk of flooding by slowing the flow of water in the streams or creeks and dissipating that water laterally. Additionally, beaver ponds store surface water and recharge the groundwater, ensuring sufficient water supply and slowly releasing water during times of drought. These functions are beneficial to the natural environment and mitigate the effects of climate change. Traditional methods of managing beavers in their habitat negate these effects when dams are removed and beavers are trapped and killed. Using non-lethal methods such as culvert cages, flow devices, and pond levelers promote coexistence with wildlife within the wetland,
maintain the functionality of the wetland, and are very cost efficient. Please reconsider the city's approach to wildlife and instead favor an approach of coexistence and preserving the wetlands in Stittsville and elsewhere by rejecting the 2024 wildlife strategy as is currently written. I just want to add one thing since I have time. I really like the last motion that was presented.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Walker. Appreciate you being here. We're going to move to the next delegate, and that is Autumn Jordan with Nature Canada.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry, I was just switching over, but I think everyone can hear me okay. Thank you for taking the time to hear me today. Hello, my name's Autumn Jordan, Urban Nature Organizer at Nature Canada. Located in Ottawa, we're one of the oldest national nature charities in the country. We are a national voice for protecting, defending, and conserving our environment and beautiful wildlife since 1939. We connect the dots between local action and systematic change to address the biodiversity and climate crises, which a variety of other delegates today have brought up. The City of Ottawa has amazing grassroots community groups, environmental nonprofits, and nature lovers dedicated to educating and reducing human-wildlife conflicts, including Bird Friendly Ottawa, Ecology Ottawa, Cafes Ottawa, and the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre, as well as Safe Wings Ottawa. In the face of both the climate and biodiversity crises, the City of Ottawa has the opportunity to become a leader in the country to ensure effective, humane, and rigorous practices to ensure safe coexistence with wildlife in the city as urban expansion continues. I've also put these in a written request, but I'd like to make a few points regarding strengthening the recommendations contained within the wildlife strategy, which is being considered today. We strongly believe that incorporating the high-performance development standards, including bird-friendly design guidelines, is critical to protecting migratory and resident birds in Ottawa from fatal window strikes, estimated to kill billions of birds in North America annually. Additionally, Nature Canada urges the city to prioritize conservation of wildlife habitat, wildlife crossings, improved public information, engagement and outreach, protection for wildlife during construction, and supporting community groups for critical, safe, and sustainable coexistence with Ottawa's biodiversity. We're delighted to see the development of a wildlife resource specialist, the Coyote Watch Canada pilot partnership, as well as the motions brought forward by Councillor Johnson and Councillor Carr today. Nature Canada submits the comments made by Bird Friendly Ottawa, Safe Wings Ottawa, and Ecology Ottawa regarding public comment for this updated wildlife strategy. In order to make the recommendations in the wildlife strategy even stronger for both people, nature, and birds for generations to come, we would love to see strengthening and proactive measures to create new habitat for birds and wildlife by creating wildlife trails, tiny forests, and wildlife crossings, as well as incentives for bird-friendly hay in the agricultural sector to protect critical species at risk, such as the eastern meadowlark and bobolink. Education of homeowners on how to best respect wildlife in both rural and urban environments. Joint consultation with developers, the city, and wildlife organizations to ensure homeowners and community members receive the relevant, updated information that they need to make the best decisions when it comes to human and wildlife interactions. Assist the public in understanding and adhering to the Federal Migratory Bird Convention Act, the Federal Species at Risk Act, and the Ontario Endangered Species Act. Create a responsible pet owner list of pets, and it's strengthening the non-feeding of wildlife throughout parks. Launch a comprehensive public awareness campaign on these educations with the Coyote Canada partnership, and support local grassroots organizations, wildlife rehabilitation, and animal welfare groups to support their mandate. Our recommendations include not only policies and public education, but also collaborating with local stakeholders to develop a strategy or working group around messaging on the importance of keeping wildlife protection and coexistence top of mind as urbanization continues. We greatly appreciate the work that Ottawa councillor, staff, and committee members have done to improve the welfare of many animals and wildlife across the city. through the Trees and Trust program, and many more. By adding the previously listed recommendations to Ottawa's updated wildlife strategy, the city will be at the forefront of bold, positive action for wildlife conservation and protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ms. Jordan, and for your work with Nature Canada. It's appreciated that you're here with us. Our next delegate is Anita Utas. Hi, Anita. Thanks very much for being here. And you've got 5 minutes to address Joint Committee.
Good morning, everyone. I was here 11 years ago talking about the same issue that I'm going to talk about today. Many of the councillors are new since then, and many have been clear that they support a progressive wildlife strategy that uses alternatives to trapping and killing beaver and other best practices that many cities are using. I'm going to go back about 12 years to show you that the same situation existed and it hasn't changed sufficiently with the new wildlife strategy. Some of you might not know that 12 years ago, there was a huge public outcry about the trapping and killing of 2 beaver in the stormwater pond in Stittsville. There were demonstrations at City Hall with over 100 people, one where Mayor Watson came out of his office to shake the hand of a protester. There was a petition with over 1,500 signatures, radio interviews, numerous newspaper articles, community presentations about coexistence, hundreds of emails to Mayor Watson and city staff. I have newspaper articles from back then with quotes from city staff. In the Ottawa Citizen from November 2011, the city's press release said, "The city recognizes that advances in beaver management practices and technologies provide a range of alternatives to lethal trapping. Many of these alternatives are also protective of aquatic and wetland ecosystems." This sounded positive. Days later in the Stittsville community paper, Mayor Watson was quoted as saying, "We have heard in recent days that people would like us to have a second look at how we protect the integrity of our flood control systems, and we are listening and acting." Again, this sounded positive. 2 years later, in July 2013, in the Ottawa Sun, Nick Stowe was quoted as saying regarding beaver, "It's a big challenge for us. It's one we have managed well in the past, but which we know we can improve on." The article goes on to say that the city wants to use more beaver deceivers to protect infrastructure and flooding. And I really haven't seen evidence of that. Now we are 11 years later. The As We Heard It report clearly demonstrates again that the public wants a reduction or elimination of lethal wildlife management practices, and most respondents identified the welfare of wetland as the highest priority. The city needs to be serious about using flow devices, pond levelers, and beaver baffles in the city water systems, including stormwater ponds. The same staff have been in charge of the wildlife strategy for all of these years. Therefore, the outcome for this new wildlife strategy report hasn't substantially changed, especially for beaver. We will have the same problems, the same expenses. People will continue to be upset, and we will be back here at square one again. I have one more topic briefly, the mention of the draft that has a new role, a wildlife resource specialist. The draft states that this person is going to lead, coordinate, and support wildlife response and management activities. Will the same staff who have been repeating the same behavior for more than 12 years maintain the status quo and select the same kind of person with the same results? The person selected for this new role needs to bring progressive change to Ottawa. He or she needs a proven track record working with municipalities on biodiversity, including non-lethal methods and coexistence with wildlife. We are walking the same path here again. The same people have been in charge, and it has resulted in a wildlife strategy that still includes trapping and killing of beaver as a main solution. The same problems will continue, but I'm encouraged that many councillors have expressed their concerns and support the change we need for a progressive wildlife strategy. I hope that all of you will support a wildlife strategy that reflects progressive, non-lethal, and cost-efficient practices. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation to committee today. I note that some of the motions speak to the points that you were raising in your delegation. So thank you for being here. I'll ask the co-chair to come up and take over here for a few minutes. And next up on our delegate list is Ian McConaughey.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ian McConaughey. I am a former chair and current member of the Transportation, Infrastructure and Planning Committee of the Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association, and I am here today representing that association. Our community is blessed to be immediately adjacent to significant green space, specifically including the National Capital Greenbelt at Moody Drive. Now, approximately 5 to 7 years ago, we were a part of a wonderful collaboration among 3 levels of government and organizations, in particular the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre, along with our MP Anita Vandenbeld and several community associations working together on the restoration of the wetlands west of Moody Drive into what is now a model urban wetland in all of Canada. And I must say, it will get even better once we get the eco passage under Moody Drive that will connect the core natural area of the Greenbelt there to the natural link corridor to the east of there. Update surveying of the flora and fauna in the wetland since the restoration by the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority shows return of species missing for years due to the degradation of the local environment. And further to that, the installation approximately 3 years ago of a flow device at Stormwater Pond continues to work extremely well, even with a resident beaver family in the pond over the winter. The keys to success for this initiative included the ability of multiple participating organizations at all levels of government as well to collaborate and cooperate. And you as councillors at the city level, you've also seen similar efforts by citizens and the city to collaborate on the creation of the new official plan several years ago for the city. Again, success through collaboration and good communication from the city throughout the process. When we move to the wildlife strategy review, we do not see anywhere comparable effort by the city to collaborate on an essential strategy document. The consultation process, the as we heard it document, and the inclusion of central needs for the strategy as provided by specific community associations and wildlife experts were consistently handled by the city with an attitude of checking off a box rather than true communication and collaboration. The resultant document being discussed is seriously flawed, and I'm not going down the rabbit hole as to why. However, I do want to emphasize 2 key elements of the proposed steps going forward: the lethal trapping of beavers and the proposed role of the advisory board. In both of those proposals in the report, we are in full agreement with the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre. The planned continuation of killing of beavers as part of wetlands and stormwater management is totally unacceptable and inconsistent with best practices shown to be successful in other Canadian jurisdictions. We also support the Wildlife Centre's call for a public meeting with city staff, drainage engineers, and a flow device expert to review the city practices and hear expert advice for alternative methods. With respect to the advisory board, the proposed role for it is perfunctory and much too restricted in scope. The actions of the city on these issues over the past decade and longer call for a much stronger advisory role as part of a committed, transparent, collaborative relationship as called for in the public consultation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maconochie. We appreciate the presentation. Seeing no question, we appreciate your presence
Excuse
here.
me, Chair.
Oh,
I
sorry.
have my hand up. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ian, for coming out today. I appreciate the work of the Crystal Beach Lakeview Community Association in collaboration with the Wildlife Center. So in terms of the beaver flow device, we have a motion up talking about just measuring the costs, because that seems to be a difference of opinion, I guess, in terms of how much it costs to regulate or use other techniques, the lethal techniques to rid us of the beavers rather than using the flow devices. Do you have any comments on that?
I think a general comment, Councillor Kavanagh, and it's all about data. There's an expression that is used, if you don't measure it, you'll never improve it. And I think looking at and comparing apples to apples of the cost of what you're doing now versus the cost of remediation through modern devices such as the flow devices, it seems logical as part of the evolution of process here. Put all the numbers on the table, get as much information as you can so that you're making informed decisions going forward.
Thank you very much, Ian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I don't see any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Maconochie. Our next speaker is Janet Darlington. No? Okay, thank you very much. Janet is not here. We're going to move to Paul Johannes from Green Space Alliance.
Morning.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Johannes, for being here this morning.
Thank you for having us today. So I'm here on behalf of the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital. We'd like to first off commend staff on a clear and concise report. Not that we agree with everything in it, but everything's in front of us. I'd like to report that we do support a number of the proposed actions in the report. The prime importance of conservation of habitat, action number 1. The establishment of an advisory board, action number 2. The focus on diseases transmitted via wildlife, action number 3. The commitment to make a plan for wildlife crossings, action number 4. Providing assistance to farmers who suffer losses due to wildlife, action number 6. Adding an FTE devoted to wildlife management, action number 7. And the proposed contract with the Coyote Watch Canada, action number 10. All of those we can hardly, support and commend that these are being brought forward. Regarding action number 1, the preservation of habitat, we want to note, though, that this will only be effective if the new provisions of the official plan are fully implemented. Like as it stands, a promised green space master plan does not yet exist. And there are no means of implementing provisions such as achieving no net loss of woodlands and wetlands in the rural area. So there's still a lot of missing tools there to make this effective. And in this regard, we would note the importance of the site alteration bylaw currently under review in its role for fully protecting the natural environment citywide. And that has to be attended to as well if we want to, if we really do want to preserve wildlife habitat the way that needs to be preserved for this strategy. On action number 2, we'd like to see more effort to ensure that there's broad community interests represented on the advisory board. Groups and organizations that have long been active in wildlife care and education should have a place at the table. We've already heard the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Center being such a center of expertise. And there are others in the city, and we would advocate for those groups to be part of a proposed advisory board in some way. Regarding action 4, the wildlife crossings, again, we'd like to ensure that there's broad public engagement on the methodology for selecting candidate crossings, and the decisions made to build those specific crossings. That should be an open, not just a totally technical question behind closed doors, but something that's discussed and brought forward as specific plans of actions. Now, we have questions about, and we do not support proposed actions 8 and 9. Regarding beavers, action 8, we fully appreciate the city's legal obligation to maintain municipal infrastructure and the need to have stormwater ponds function properly. However, other municipalities in Ontario seem to be able to meet these objectives while keeping beavers on the landscape. So the commitment to trial new approaches such as flow devices, but only outside of stormwater management infrastructure is much too restricted. It will not address most of the beaver mortality. So at a minimum, we would like to see trials of these approaches in selected municipal drains and other stormwater infrastructures to ascertain how, in Ottawa's context, flow devices could potentially be used. Regarding the large animal protocol, action 9, there's no indication that there's any real change here. We believe a robust and sustained education campaign is required, not just aimed at the general public, but also at service providers such as call center staff. And since large mammals almost invariably wander out of the greenbelt or other NCC-owned lands, the NCC should very clearly be given the lead on responding to these issues. Now, regarding the unaddressed issues noted in the report, we are very disappointed to see that the protocol to protect wildlife during construction will not be elevated as policy, but instead will remain simply as a guideline. This will lead to destruction of habitat all through the year, rather than restricting it to the late summer and early fall period where impact on wildlife is minimized. We dispute staff's contention that adopting such a policy would drive forestry companies out of business. Major developments that require such destruction are planned years in advance and can be scheduled to work with nature in at least this respect. Finally, we'd like to support the idea that the nonprofit organizations in town that provide real services in the protection or rehabilitation of wildlife be financially supported in some way by the city. That's our delegation for today. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your delegation. Right on time, Mr. Johannes, and I see Councillor Curry has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, thanks for coming out and presenting today. I just sent councillors the article on the Blandings turtle study in Canada North, and you're quoted in the paper there talking about how, what we see in Canada, and I'll talk to staff about this when we get to questions, is that everything that was done to protect those turtles didn't work. And the turtles are likely to be extinct shortly in this area, despite all the fences and the habitat near the wetland. And I wondered if you could comment, you have a comment certainly in the article where you're hoping this will prevent future designs, that this will inform future designs. And I just wondered if you had a comment on that before I get to questions for staff.
Yeah, so that was work that was done as part of the Canada North lands. So the Canada Lakes phases 7, 8, and 9 sort of up Terry Fox Drive on the other side of the hill, basically. So that was a very, very large clearance of forest in February 2017 at the very wrong time of the year, in an area that was known as a Blandings habitat. And what's at fault here more is really the provincial legislation that sets out what are the requirements. You apply for a permit to kill and maim endangered species is the actual name of the permit. And in exchange, you commit to build habitat for nesting, habitat for wintering of the endangered species. And I think all the article says is that this particular effort is trying to recreate an environment where the Blandings turtles might choose to do nesting or to overwinter just has not been successful. That the species have their own habits. They've been around that area, that habitat, for generations upon generations upon generations. When that is totally destroyed, it's very unlikely that these types of human-created facsimiles of the habitats will be successful. So it's really just a commentary on that very particular instance and that use of that policy framework to permit destruction of huge destruction of habitat as occurred at that time, February 2017 in Canada.
Yeah, 100%. But my comment is that, we have a wildlife strategy in front of us here now, and you were sort of saying, we need to learn from this. So what have we learned? Like, what would we have to do differently? We still have some Blandings turtles. We have other areas where there are Blandings turtles. What in this policy, this strategy would be more helpful?
This goes back really to action number one, protecting habitat. Now, the type of large-scale destruction that we saw within the urban boundary, this was all on urban land, and this was land that was approved for development like 25 years ago. It's unlikely that kind of situation is going to occur very much more in the future, other than through urban expansion. Now we have policies that deal with urban expansion and the protection of natural environment through urban expansion. Anything in the natural heritage system is off the table for urban expansion. So I think, and those things are all referred to in action number one. And so I think we really need to make sure that those provisions of the official plan, those provisions of city policy that already exist to preserve habitat are fully implemented. And we're not there yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. And thank you, Mr. Johannes, for being here. Our next delegate is William Van Geest with Ecology Ottawa. He's online.
Thank you, Chair. Are you able to hear me okay?
You're a little muffled there, but we should be okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Different location than normal.
I think we're good, actually. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm doing so on behalf of Ecology Ottawa, as mentioned. While we're happy to participate in the wildlife strategy process, we do so with some apprehension. We know the 2013 strategy, while the consultation process began with productive community consultation, ultimately ended with the work of all these groups sidelined for an entirely rewritten strategy. So in this case, we're hoping that the strategy proceeds in a more community-oriented fashion, although we noted the omission of some important community groups from the recent As We Heard It report. We are appreciative, though, of those councillors who have heard and echoed these concerns, and we're asking committee members here to ensure that the community voices are taken into account this time. And as you can tell from all the delegations this morning, there is a lot of community interest in this. But to the document itself, the action plan, we're pleased to see habitat conservation in first position. Ottawa has been built on a rich and irreplaceable ecosystem. We do well to preserve as much of that ecosystem is left. We understand that the city has made concrete progress on this front lately. In fact, as we heard in the presentation earlier, with the acquisition of lands, and we salute that. But on balance, the plan seems really less about wildlife than in general than, first of all, large mammals, which are of course not the whole of ecosystem members, and secondly, about conflicts with these large mammals. Fully 6 of the plan's 10 points are about such conflicts. The plan's orientation is largely toward keeping wildlife out of our way. The plan's anthropocentrism is particularly evident in its French title, Stratégie de gestion de la faune, or in English, Wildlife Management Strategy. In short, the plan upholds human dominance over the rest of the ecosystem. To be sure, Conflicts with large mammals must be part of the strategy, and certainly there's room for improvement here. Sending police services for wildlife calls is, of course, bad for everyone. And so we're pleased to see the wildlife resource specialist recommended as one of the action items. But as an ecology group, we're disappointed to see such a weak and outdated ecological lens. This is 2024. We should instead take a holistic view where we humans respectfully steward the ecosystem with an eye to harmonious, mutually beneficial coexistence. As we heard, a report mentions the importance of engagement with our Indigenous communities, although the only progress noted is the start of discussions and, quoting here, a commitment to ongoing dialogue. We're curious to hear how these discussions influence the plan, as this isn't evident from the outside. I'll also mention that our official plan commits to, quoting again, Indigenous representation in planning, placemaking, as well as environmental stewardship. We're also a bit shocked, as other delegates have mentioned, to see the plan maintain the status quo with beavers, even while cheaper, more effective, and more ecological solutions are readily possible. But I know other partners have spoken to this already. Finally, we're concerned that there's no evidence of influence from the Montreal Pledge on Biodiversity, which Council signed in April last year. The motion to sign the pledge, moved by Councillor CAAR on behalf of Councillor Plante, both of whom attended COP15 in Montreal, resolves, and quoting here, that staff continue their efforts to implement policies and programs supporting the 15 commitments in the Montreal Pledge on Biodiversity and report back as further resources be deemed necessary. The pledge's 15 concrete actions, as they're called, include reducing pesticide use, integrating biodiversity into planning, controlling invasive species, reducing pollution, improving access to green space and blue space, engaging Indigenous peoples in decision-making, and integrating biodiversity into governance frameworks and public policies. We don't see actions like these reflected in the plan before us, nor is the pledge even mentioned in any of the documentation that I've seen. The pledge's actions are good, and Council committed to them, so they should be reflected here. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your delegation here today with us. I'm not seeing questions at this time. Our last delegation is Marianne Arreganilo. Is Marianne with us today? Okay, so I think she's online, but not accepting the prompt to get in. All right. Thanks. Marianne, are you with us?
I am. Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
Perfect. Not to worry. You've got 5 minutes to address committee.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you for letting me speak. So I am, my name is Marianne. I'm a scientist, engineer, mother, and today I'm speaking on behalf of For Our Kids Ottawa-Gatineau, which represents more than 500 parents in Ottawa who are worried about climate change and the planet that we're going to be leaving for our children. So I'd like to touch upon a few aspects of the wildlife strategy draft. First, I want to thank the staff and the councillors for all of the many hours that you have spent working on this and working to improve it so that we can better coexist with wildlife. First, I'd like to speak about eco-passages. I know that Councillor Kavanagh asked about the cost of eco-passages, and it is understood that when we install eco-passages, depending on when we install them, if it's a retrofit or while we're building things, that there is going to indeed be a cost, and that's going to change depending on where and when. I'd like to, however, flip that question on its head and say, what is the cost of not installing these wildlife crossings? It won't be measured specifically by a line item on the city's budget, so it's going to be a bit harder to quantify, but it's still going to be a real and impactful cost. We know that wildlife crossings, as mentioned by cafes, that they reduce collisions by up to 90%. And so wildlife crossings actually improve safety, not just for the animals, but also for the residents of Ottawa. I'm sure many of you might have had an incident where a squirrel or a beaver or a turtle has crossed your path and you either suddenly stopped or you swerved to not to run that over. We know that there have been incidences when that has happened, that there's been collisions, damage to property, damage to humans, and damage to animals. And so when we look at wildlife crossings, we can't just look at, well, at the expense of the line item on the budget. We have to look a little bit deeper. We've heard as many speakers have talked about that we are in a biodiversity crisis and such. When we look at wildlife crossings, we also have to say, when we don't install them, how are we contributing to that crisis? Or if we do install them, how are we supporting biodiversity? In regards to large mammals, I acknowledge that there is a protocol for the protection of wildlife during construction, and that did come out from a recommendation from the 2013 wildlife strategy. However, I understand, and from my brief review of it, that there are no firm requirements by the developer from this protocol. Really, it's more of a good practice, a recommended practice. Instead, I would love to see that developers should be required to provide a wildlife mitigation plan and a construction site management plan. The reason for that is once you open that up and they are required to do that, you can then have that discussion. Do they need to clear cut in the wintertime or when animals are hibernating? City staff has said we cannot enforce a restriction on seasonal clearing, but you can enforce a discussion with the developer. As we saw with the Hunt Club Forest, there is very little effect the developer has if they do not provide appropriate warning to the animals. The Hunt Club Forest was clear cut very quickly over the matter of 3 or 4 days. Animals were not given any warning of that. Normally what is required in the protocol is to honk horns and make a lot of loud sounds so that animals are scared out of the area so that they will then leave before it is clear cut. That was not done. And we do not really know what happened to those animals, but the developer is not really going to have anything happen. However, if there is a required documentation, such as a wildlife mitigation plan, those kind of conversations and enforcement can occur. And lastly, I would just like to speak to, I'm very supportive of the motion regarding the beavers and the flow devices. And I just want to speak to the fact that if we look at doing status quo, the research articles that are out there that even from the city staff have reported that the failure rate of not using flow devices is very high. It's 84%. As Ross Owen has talked about and personally attested to, the current practice of removing dams and trapping is ineffective. And there is a very real reason to move forward. And I look forward to the discussions that councillors have with city staff and look forward to that motion. Finally, in terms of coyote sightings, we've already heard this before, but I will also recommend that the city's own website suggests that anyone who sees a coyote can report the sighting. And we really need education from the point of view of the city, talking to councillors, talking to community associations, so that in their newsletters, in their websites, that this type of asking for sightings does not continue to occur. My own community association, which is Riverside Park Community Association, almost weekly, monthly, will put out a site. Oh, we saw a coyote. Make sure you tell the city if we saw a coyote.
Marianne, I'll just ask you to wrap up with that last comment.
Yep, sure. And so what I'm asking for the city, when it comes to education, don't just look what's on your website, but also help educate by talking to community associations and your councillors so that they can add it to their newsletters. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for that delegation. I see Councillor Tierney has his hand up.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just real quick to follow up and expand on trying to deter people from let's call it's Facebook. Someone sees a fox or something, and next thing you know, there's about 300 messages about a fox. You suggest asking us to discourage people, and trust me, we'd love to. Looking on suggestions how we would do something like that. Obviously, helping get the message out is great, and we can do push messaging by email, but really to get local community associations and councillors in a disagreement about people posting things like that is a bit of a challenge for us. So what do you suggest?
I completely understand that you will not be able to control what most people are posting on the Facebook or social media at all. What I'm suggesting is that, for example, city councilors have a great reach in terms of emailing. So providing them with wording that they can be putting into their community newsletters, also providing wording that can be used by community associations so that those leaders can then know what is appropriate to be putting in. And then the people that read read the newsletters can also then become their own advocates. And so when they see something, they say, you know what, you don't need to post it. I saw on Riley Brockington's newsletter that the city no longer wants to have reports of sightings. And then you get this huge mass of people who know what to do and what to say, and then they start doing the overseeing. And so I think that there is a very strong role that the city can have in educating the public, but not just relying on their own one social media or their own website, but to really advocate and reach out to those groups that can then spread the message for them.
Great, and thank you. And I completely agree. I do a lot of push messaging myself to ensure people are informed. But if you ever find that magic solution to wonderful 300 thread Facebook grants, I'd love to speak to you more about that, but it is a challenge that we do have. So education is key. Anyway, thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tierney. I think, yeah, we've all experienced that, that's for sure. So appreciate those comments. And thank you to the delegate for presenting to us as well. I think if people are okay with it, maybe just take a 5-minute break and then come back. That's the end of our delegations now. But I think let's do it, make sure we're on a hard 5-minute break. So back by 11:38. We'll get started back again. Vice Chair Carter, do you have something, or you just want to be first on the list? Okay. You'll be first on the list. Thanks. we jumped in, there are 3 motions that have been circulated thus far. In order, that was the Councillor Johnson motion, Councillor CAAR on behalf of Councillor Johnson, the Councillor Brockington motion about the timing and report back, and the Councillor Kelly motion, which we heard read in during public delegations, which I understand staff may have some comment to refine some of the wording on. I believe there is also, Councillor Kavanagh, you've got a friendly amendment to the Councillor Kelly motion. Did you want to read that in now?
Okay, I didn't write it down, but bear with me. Basically, it was referring to the, if you put it up on his motion, when it said refer back to the joint committee, because we don't know when a joint committee of agriculture and environment is coming, that it report back to both committees.
So we report back to both committees separately,
Yes.
Instead of
So
having
that-
another joint meeting on
Yes, in
which
case that takes a long time, they'll both get the same.
probably makes sense. Just looking at the other co-chair, but I think probably we're good with that. So if that's friendly, maybe we can devise some wording to add that to the motion. I assume the timing might be similar to what Councillor Brockington's motions outlined, but something to discuss in the motion. And then there is a last motion that I want to make sure gets read in with regard to the Humane Society delegation. Councillor Devine, are you ready to read that in? Okay, so I'll go to you to read that in, and then we'll move to questions of staff. So, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, this was put together very hastily, but it's in response to the issue that Ottawa Humane Society raised about the cost that they bear. Just thank you very much to some quick work. The staff from Ottawa Humane Society, Roger and Christine and Ryan, for helping me cobble this together quickly. All right, here we go. Whereas the Ottawa Humane Society currently has an agreement with the Ottawa Animal Emergency and Specialty Hospital that includes the provision of veterinary services for sick, injured wildlife delivered by bylaw staff outside of OHS's hours of operation. And whereas the OHS currently covers the costs associated with the emergency veterinary clinic for overnight services rendered for wild animals delivered by bylaw staff, and whereas in other Ontario municipalities, the cost for such services is borne by the local municipality. For example, in the City of Burlington, Animal Control has a contract with the City of Burlington for covering costs rendered. In the cities of Perth and Windsor, the contracts for overnight services are billed to the municipalities based on a list of animals and services that are pre-agreed to. And whereas in Ottawa, the emergency veterinary clinic that provides overnight services for wildlife invoiced the OHS within 48 hours of rendering service. And whereas in 2023, the Ottawa Humane Society was invoiced $22,000 for these services rendered for 252 wild animals delivered to the emergency veterinary clinic by bylaw staff, and is anticipating a substantial increase in 2024 and beyond, likely in the $50,000 range. And whereas the Ottawa Humane Society can expect that this annual cost will increase due to reasonably projected increases in the cost of veterinary services, and whereas this annual cost to the Ottawa Humane Society is a significant impact to their strained capacity to provide overall services, therefore be it resolved that the matter of these costs to the OHS be brought forward to the 2025 budget for consideration as a potential grant to the OHS from the city to include incremental annual increases. And just very briefly, Chair, so I discussed this with staff and the OHS. Both parties are in agreement with this as an objective. And as to the question of their $22,000 costs currently being projected as upwards of $50,000, if I just may ask, can I ask a question of bylaw?
Motivate on the motion, and if you want to ask questions, we'll move to the question period after.
My colleagues will likely ask, but bylaw was in agreement that these projected cost increases are reasonable due to the scarcity and cost of veterinary services. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for your work on that, Councillor, and for staff's quick work on it as well. So I think with that, we'll go to questions. I assume councillors will be asking about some individual motions. We'll take them all at once at this time. And then we'll vote on them as they were received. So Vice Chair Carr, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And thank you to all the delegations that came out today. I think there's a lot of positives in the wildlife strategy, but obviously a number of questions have come up. I'll speak first to questions on beaver management. So my understanding is that presently we do use flow devices and we'll continue to use them in culverts and natural water courses. The challenge obviously it seems to be with municipal drains and other private agricultural ditches, as well as the stormwater management system. So could I get a clear explanation from staff on why they can't be supported here? Who has been engaged in order to determine that they can't be supported with this? And do we have an existing inventory of where we do have these flow devices / pond levees in use across Ottawa? That's my first question.
Yes, thank you for the question, Chair. I think the question really, there's several questions there, so I'll try to ensure that I answer all of them. Well, we are aware of our infrastructure, so we are aware of the number of municipal drains, stormwater ponds. We're aware of locations that we have had beaver conflicts in the past, so that information is certainly available. Where we have flow devices, those are not in the infrastructure that I'd be speaking to in terms of municipal drains and stormwater ponds. Stormwater ponds, I would like to point out that 80% of our stormwater ponds do not have any beaver conflicts. They have been built in such a way that a beaver is not able to alter the flow of water, and therefore we're not worried about the infrastructure impacts in terms of flooding or environmental compliance, because the beavers are essentially unable to dam up the inlets or outlet structures. We feel that flow devices are generally not appropriate in stormwater facilities because without adequate protection on the inlet and outlet structures, the flow device will not prevent a beaver from causing those problems and from plugging those up. And in those type of situations, we're still at risk where we could see flooding and environmental compliance issues as the flow device does its work, which is ultimately to deter the beaver from that location. The more appropriate solution is to try to prevent beavers from being able to block those devices.
Regarding locations for flow devices in the city, we did have a pilot project in 2013 where we installed flow devices at 6 locations. We unfortunately did not have the staff resources to continue that pilot program. So eventually most of those sites failed, but after performing well. We currently have another site on the Prescott-Russell Rail Trail where we are employing a flow device. Not always successfully, but we're still working to get it right. And of course, we know of many other locations where they may be appropriate, and one of the main tasks of the wildlife resource specialist will be to evaluate those areas and determine what is the appropriate response there.
Okay, so you will be looking at installing these flow devices elsewhere where appropriate. That is part of the strategy.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, can we speak a little bit about the costing? So we've heard figures that the existing costing for beaver management is about $150,000 to $160,000. Who pays for that cost, and what incremental costs will we experience if we bring in, I think it's Councillor Kelly's motion, if we bring in the specialists to come in, like what are the implications for costing to come and take a look at that, and as well any costing implications for the new flow management sites that we're looking at? Explanation of the existing beaver management costs. Make sure that's part of it.
Sure. Chair, yes, we do keep good records of the cost for the trapping, which of course is not the entirety of the beaver management cost. So the $150,000 is the rough estimate of our yearly beaver management trapping contracted services. To a large extent, the trapper also removes the beaver obstruction when appropriate. So there's a couple of different situation. So when we're talking about municipal drainage, we spend about $100,000 on the trapper as a contractor. We also spend between $10,000 to $20,000 on contractors to remove further obstructions when it's not appropriate for the contractor to do. Those charges are then allocated to the benefiting landowners. So the city is not paying for those expenses ourselves. When we get into the stormwater management facilities, we spend $50,000 on trappers as an estimate per year. Staff time would be in the range, we estimate, between 100 to 200 hours a year on beaver-specific management. It is a bit difficult for us to allocate an exact number because we're going to those sites anyway, we're doing maintenance anyway, and sometimes the beaver management maintenance is just is tracked as part of the regular staff time that we would be spending. There's very little overtime resulting from these beaver management facilities, and in our municipal drains and in our stormwater facilities, we're not seeing a significant number of maintenance required outside of removing the beaver's obstructions.
Okay, thank you for that. Just, can anybody speak to what we anticipate additional costs were for the Kelly motion if we're bringing in experts to look at nobody would have that yet, I take it?
My understanding is there are 2 beaver experts in North America, and both are situated in the United States, so there would definitely be a cost incurred to bring those experts to Canada. I cannot estimate what those costs would be, though, at this moment.
Okay, thanks, but I imagine we will be kept up to date of that. The wildlife strategy itself is still fairly high level. With some of the actions, it hasn't been broken down. How will councillors be kept up to date and the public be kept up to date on the progress of these actions? Like, for example, on the beaver management, how will we be kept up to date on where these pond levelers will be installed? Obviously, the motion for a working group to better involve people, we're going to have the new resource, but reporting on progress, can you tell me a little bit what that will look like?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Although it isn't described in detail in the report, it has always been our intention to report back to committee. We anticipated doing so annually, and we have seen Councillor Brockington's motion about reporting back and are in agreement with that.
Okay, perfect, thanks. Why can't the city make the protocol for the protection of wildlife mandatory?
Mr. Chair, with the wildlife protocol, there have really been 2 requests that have come forward. The first is that we make it a mandatory document, and that the other is that we expand the range of timing restrictions. So I'll address the first one. It might be possible for us to make that mandatory, but we also would expect that to be challenged legally, and we're not sure what would happen there. But the main objection we have is that the amount of resources that would need to go into making that mandatory, carrying out inspections, carrying out enforcement, would be very, very challenging. There's also a high degree of unpredictability in when developers, builders can actually get onto properties to do the work. Sometimes they have very short windows in which to get there. Adding more plans to plans they already need to prepare prior to development, we think would be quite onerous. And that also speaks to the timing windows. Often it's very challenging for developers to meet the timing window that we already have in place for the Migratory Bird Act. That is, we prohibit, or we will not issue a tree permit for clearing between April 15th and August 15th to protect birds during the nesting season. Sometimes it's very challenging for developers to work outside of that window. We often see a real rush for permits prior to that window. We see a surge in permit requests after that. That's because the actual season for doing that work is very short. So we don't think it's appropriate to make the protocol mandatory, and we don't think it would be appropriate to expand the time restrictions.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to speak really quickly to not overrun my time. With respect to the new large mammal strategy, what do you see as the biggest change from our current protocol?
Thank you for the question. There is actually nothing new being proposed. I believe the report discusses it has been quite successful. I can tell you more about how it works, but the wildlife specialist would assist with the implementation or the continued implementation of it, as in, learn how it works so that there's some support.
But to avoid situations like we have had in the past, where the police had to be called in to deal with an animal, is there anything in that protocol that will prevent those sort of?
Well, it's difficult to control those situations. So we do, the way we work with the police is that when things like that do happen, we do a debrief afterwards to ensure that it's not repeated.
Okay, thanks. Next question. With respect to the eco-passages, will there be guidelines developed for the eco-passes, or how do we see implementing those?
So with respect to eco-passages, there are existing guidelines on the design of eco-passages and wildlife fencing. The Ministry of Transportation for Ontario, for example, has a set of guidelines. The Ontario Road Ecology Group has guidelines that it's recommended. When we are evaluating those, we're looking at them primarily from the point of view of maintenance. Will they interfere with the maintenance of our roads? And so we work with our Public Works Department to look at what designs are proposed. Are they going to stand up to winter road maintenance and, when snow is thrown from the road and hits them? What will be the long-term maintenance challenges? Do they pose a safety concern for traffic? That's really how we go about evaluating that infrastructure, and that's what we would propose to continue. What we're really looking at is where would it be appropriate? What would be the long-term costs, and how can we address those long-term costs?
Okay, thanks. My next question is going to be with respect to Councillor Devine's motion with looking towards providing funding in the budget for Ottawa Humane Society. How many other groups do we have that are providing this sort of care, like in terms of wild bird organizations? Are there other groups out there that could be considered for funding that did not make a delegation today?
There are three organizations that I can think of off the top of my head. One would be the Ottawa Wild Bird Centre. The other would be Holly's Haven, which is a wildlife rehabilitation organization. And the third would be the Rideau Valley Wildlife Sanctuary. They all do rehabilitation of wildlife.
But staff are comfortable with the current motion to look at providing funding to just the Ottawa Humane Society?
If I may just respond to that quickly. The motion from Councillor Devine relates to veterinary services for overnight care, whereas the other organizations are dealing strictly with rehab. This motion is unrelated to wildlife rehabilitation.
Okay, so we're comfortable with the veterinary care, but not with the rehabilitation piece?
Correct.
I have another question, but I think I'll wait to go back online.
Okay, thanks very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, staff. Appreciate this has been a big assignment. And the education component is very much needed. We're finding that we're needing that all the time. Just takes one spotting of an animal, and I get a lot of them, of course, in my area. You find yourself trying to educate people, and yes, Facebook is used a lot. So I appreciate it, but I also think that we need to be better at communicating to people on how they should react in terms of reporting. So if there's concerns such as the bears, et cetera, so that we avoid those conflicts. For collaboration, it's been mentioned several times about the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre and working together. And recently they did have a working group where they worked with on the federal level to get a wetland established and succeeded at the site of the National Defense. And it involved a couple of community associations as well as a couple of departments, public service and national defense itself. Is it possible to have this kind of collaboration going forward for projects in areas? Because this was something that was pointed out where there was input and there was for such things as the eco crossings, et cetera. And there's more opportunities to come up, such as the March Valley Road. And I want to know if that's possible to work together.
Yes, Councillor, absolutely it is possible. The Stillwater Creek wetland restoration, which is the one I believe they were referring to, was actually funded 100% by the City of Ottawa. It was proceeded in 2 stages. There was a design stage and then a construction stage. I managed the design stage of that project. The construction stage was implemented by the National Capital Commission with the funds that the City of Ottawa provided. The project did include an evaluation of the need for a wildlife crossing under Moody Drive. We decided at the time during the design phase that it would not be appropriate. The wet culvert there already provided some movement opportunity for aquatic species like turtles across the road. And we felt that there was not sufficient high-quality habitat on the east side of Moody Drive for us to want to encourage additional wildlife to move across there. We were subsequently approached by the consultants for Public Services and Procurement Canada as they did their study to ask if we would be supportive of crossings under Moody Drive. Again, we considered that. We again concluded we did not think that it would be appropriate in that location. And we were approached a 3rd time by Public Services and Procurement Canada to ask if we would be supportive of that. And at that time, I spoke with the head ecologist for the National Capital Commission, Eva Caddick. She and I discussed that again, and we both concluded that it would not be appropriate in that location. We were supportive of wildlife fencing along Moody Drive to keep wildlife off, and we were supportive of wildlife fencing and wildlife passages under Carling, where we did see good quality habitat on both sides of the road. So and then regarding March Valley Drive, there is wildlife fencing being installed on March Valley Road with the agreement of the city after review of the design that it's a developer-led project. So after review of the design by the developers, the design is following the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario's design guidelines. It's not yet complete, and we're waiting to see how it will function in the future.
So you're saying there might be a possibility with March Valley Road to have eco crossing?
There is an eco crossing included in the design for March Valley Road.
Okay. There, obviously, there's a difference of opinion from Moody, and it's, I know it's in terms of what happens on the east side, because certainly animals are being spotted in the communities, because it's all greenbelt. There still continues to be greenbelt on both sides. And I've seen it myself, deer, et cetera. So it's a hazard on the road, continues to be. So I guess, obviously, there's a difference of opinion on that one, and very strong. But the involvement of the community is a priority, and it's a very strong community. Will you work with the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre and the community associations going forward for this area?
Mr. Chair, we are supportive of proposals for wildlife fencing along Moody. It makes very good sense there to keep wildlife off that road for their protection. With respect to eco passages, one of the fundamental principles of eco passages is that you must have sufficient high-quality wildlife habitat on both sides to support the wildlife that would be moving through the passage. If you don't, what you can end up with is what ecologists call a population sink. Essentially, animals move into an area of low habitat where there's increased mortality, and that area actually becomes a drain on their population. When we looked at the habitat on the east side of Moody Drive, along with the NCC, we concluded that that habitat was not of sufficient quality or size that we would support, that we could support a wildlife passage. We felt that it had a strong potential to become a drain on the population of wildlife, and that's why we did not support it.
Thank you. In terms of the beaver management, it's been mentioned several times about Mr. Callahan being an expert. And yes, I get that there'd be a cost of bringing someone from the United States, though I believe we have things where people can work electronically. But would you consider that, since he's been quoted several times as expertise?
I believe we would be generally supportive of Mr. Callahan or some other expert coming up to provide advice. In 2013, we worked with Michel Leclerc. Michel Leclerc is a pioneer in the use of flow devices. He managed and may still be managing the program in Gatineau Park, where they rely primarily on flow devices. He was also the expert with whom Mr. Callahan did his training. And you may have seen a Nature of Things documentary on Michel Leclerc called The Beaver Whisperer. We brought him in 2013. He set up our pilot sites at the time. And so we have consulted with experts in the past, and we're willing to do so in the future.
I appreciate that. In terms of Councillor Kelly's motion, which I support, in terms of the costing, are you supportive of this motion? Of just making that available?
Sure, thank you for the question. Just to clarify, you're specifically talking about the costing portion of that motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the whole thing, but that's a big part of it.
We have absolutely no concerns in providing that costing information to council.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, I appreciate overall, we definitely need a wildlife strategy. It's overdue. We want to make sure we get it right, because we don't want to wait another, dozen years before we do it again, particularly large animals. And we have everything in our ward, including bears, which I've cited myself in our community. So hopefully we can work with communities and with the Ottawa Carleton Wildlife Centre going forward. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I have a a few series of questions, so I'll probably get myself back on, much to my fellow councillors' delight. But I'll start off just by suggesting, yes, we have had a protocol since 2013, and I take the comments from staff that it has been successful with a bit of skepticism in the sense that, I think if I was coming to delegate 10 years later on the same subject, I wouldn't be feeling particularly successful. And so we are trying to rebuild a bit of a relationship here, and I think we can with the right approaches. And I think, one of the things that we will see is as development continues, especially in wards, in our outer urban wards that are going to be seeing a lot of intensification, but also very much enjoy the proximity to the green belt, that we may see more frequent conflicts than we did in the past, which only demands more from us as a city to do this well. So we're setting ourselves up for another 10 years of improvement and future success in an increasingly demanding arena. So my first series of questions, as I'm sure it comes to no one's surprise, is around the large mammal response protocol. As last year we had a bear in Canada South that was shot to death by police after several days of being in community. And I went on a wonderful learning journey during that time and understood, how public safety continues to become more difficult. But I think people were struggling to understand exactly what the protocol is. So if I can understand from staff, could you just describe for us, what is the large mammal response protocol? What are the series of events that happen within that protocol?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. So essentially, members of the public are generally the ones that call in with a sighting or whatever concern, it's in my backyard and so on. Police often get the call first, and they will respond on the basis of their public safety mandate, especially in the case of a bear. And they generally will seek advice, which is where bylaw comes in, where I come in terms of helping to triage the call, whether a further response is necessary, or whether the animal can be moved into natural areas on its own, or encouraged to move there, or just be left alone, which is really more often the case. Just leave it alone, it'll figure it out. It got there, it'll figure it out. In the case of, and then if it comes to the point where an intervention is needed, then we have an agreement with the National Capital Commission. They have trained staff doing chemical mobilization, and we'll contact them, and they'll come in and do their thing with that. Police usually stay for that, just with respect to traffic control and so on and so forth. And that's basically how it works. And if we do chemically immobilize, then the animal's relocated in accordance with what MNR, Ministry of Natural Resources, will advise, or into like the nearest green space. And we wait, the NCC waits until the animal recovers from the chemical immobilization. In the case of that specific bear, I recall very well, it had been seen in making its way between Bell's Corners and that area and the other side of the green space, which is NCC land, as a matter of fact. We had been tracking that and received a number of calls, and we had set up traps for the bear, but it wasn't going in the traps. And then the police did what they felt was necessary, I guess, in that situation. So that's essentially the summary.
So certainly I want to acknowledge during that time your presence and your involvement, and I know that you worked very hard with that and that was really challenging for you as well. So certainly don't want it to be misunderstood that you guys were not absolutely there for the community and what their priorities were during that time. I think what you're illustrating is that we do have a very complex jurisdictional environment where we have many groups that are, half in, half out of particular situations. And so I would just like to understand, with this new wildlife strategy put before us, how will that type of situation be looked at differently? Are there any new investments in that area that can support you to have a more effective, or I don't know if it's a more effective, but like a more 24-hour holistic approach to a large mammal response?
The response is actually 24 hours now. Just often we don't get calls in the middle of the night because people are sleeping, thank God. Anyway, we do, the thought with the wildlife specialists is that there might be more of an opportunity to do some prevention, if you will, or other public education. So in the example of the bear in that area there where we had set up traps, it's possible that wildlife specialists could do some door knocking, telling people what's going on, do some other kind of communications that we don't have the time to do. Because often, it's very, I guess, a reactive protocol as opposed to preventative.
Yeah, and similar to my council colleague on the ends, their comments about Facebook, certainly with that bear experience, we have seen residents be sometimes their own worst enemy when it comes to the coexistence, the natural coexistence, because everyone wants that Instagram post or that Facebook post, and sometimes people want to attract certain wildlife to get that kind of thing. And so certainly we want to make sure that residents are actively engaged in their do's and don'ts when it comes to that response. So just as a final question on this, so recently we also had a coyote in City View that was very ill and was wandering the neighborhood for, again, a pretty long period of time. It would have been probably, I don't know, April or something like that, where a lot of residents just didn't really know what to do. And we were getting a lot of feedback that 311 in that instance was not working as a call. And so could you please describe to me, if someone sees an animal, is there on our website a very clear way of getting the right answer? The experience was getting bounced around a little bit, and sometimes, people were expecting a service request to be opened and it wasn't. So I think in terms of the communications on the website, that's a bit janky at this moment. And so perhaps there's a way that you could show us how this new strategy will help us improve that.
Actually, Mr. Chapman just mentioned that 311 did not create an SR for that in the end. Yeah. Anyway, I'll explain what we'll do, and then I'll let Roger speak to that specific incident if you'd like to, if you're interested. So we do, bylaw regulatory services, we do have a lot of social media channels so at our disposal, and I agree that there could be more clear language on the website, which is part of what we're doing here. Part of the strategy in terms of public awareness and education. So, but bylaw will continue to use our social media channels to lay out information about who to call about what. And we certainly have 311 and other call-taking agencies know what the protocol is. Sometimes their mistakes are made because we're all human, but we certainly try to avoid that. And we try to do refreshers every year, especially in the spring when things start getting active. And Mr. Chapman, do you want to follow up on?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Councillor, thank you for the question. I was just saying to Christine, sorry, that I actually got the phone call, so it was deferred through 311 phone call. So there was an SR created, but you're correct, it wasn't created during the initial call. So, but yeah, those SRs are very important to us because we're able to track coyote activity in certain very specific areas. In situations where we have human-coyote interaction, we're able to quickly gather that data to determine and track some of the movement of the coyotes.
So I'm just correct in understanding, sorry, just one second. So I'm just correct in understanding that an SR was not created through the traditional channels, but you got a phone call personally, and did you do it?
Mr. Chair, yeah, so it was a call through a 311 agent that just forwarded the call to me. So I did have the SR created. So there was an SR created in the end.
Okay, all right. So there's just a few situations similarly to when we had very serious floods in August 10th that SRs are not getting created in ways that I think the public are expecting to. This is not the committee for that, but certainly I'm hearing a trend here that we should investigate at another time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. However, before I go, I believe Councillor Kelly has an update to his motion reflecting a few friendly amendments from Councillor Kitts. Could I ask that that be read in first?
Yeah, so Councillor Kitts, I believe, has been working with legal on that too. Councillor Kitts, did you want to read that in now, or it's up to you?
Sure, I highlighted
the changes, just for everybody's awareness. So changing the word drains to culverts in the first, therefore be it resolved. Just clarifying that we're not looking at municipal drains due to the restrictions of the Drainage Act. And then some language just clarifying that when it comes to stormwater management systems, that would be pending confirmation that the environmental compliance approvals for those facilities are not contravened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then I also note, Councillor Brown and others, that Councillor Kavanaugh's edit with both committees is in there now. So thanks for the work on that. Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank all of the delegates today for their commentary and for staff responses so far. My first question, and I don't know if it would be properly directed to Dr. Stowe, but in the city of Ottawa, do we have the great beaver hunt going on? Do we trap and kill every single beaver in the city of Ottawa that we see?
Mr. Chair, no, we do not. We only respond to beavers at conflict sites. And even then, in not every site will we be trapping beavers. The vast majority of beavers in Ottawa are left undisturbed by the city. We have very large beaver populations in the Carp Hills, in the Marlborough Forest, in the Cumberland Forest. There are large populations in the NCC Greenbelt. And they are left to live their lives. And in fact, the city has a policy of acquiring environmental lands, and we own more than 10,000 hectares of environmental lands in the rural area. We are adding to those lands, adding lands that include wetlands and beaver ponds. And also we're looking at lands where we can do restoration, wetland creation, and enhancement.
Thank you very much for that. And I just wanted to make sure that was on the table. And I understand that there are a lot of feelings and concerns around trapping and killing beavers. And I just wanted to be out there publicly that the city doesn't embark on an annual campaign to trap and kill every beaver that we see and find. Mr. Chair, and I'm going to direct this to our stormwater drainage folks. Through the Drainage Act, my understanding is it is a provincial act that the municipality administers, just like every other municipality in Ontario administers with respect to municipal drains. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you very much. And has the city of Ottawa decided to not permit the installation of a beaver deceiver or a flow device? And is there another municipality under the Drainage Act, to our knowledge, that has implemented a flow device in their municipal drains? I would like to understand if the city of Ottawa is acting as an island, or are we following best practices as are other municipalities around us?
Yes, thank you for the question. We are not aware of any situation where people are installing flow devices in municipal drains.
Thank you. And by far and large, are municipal drains located on private property?
Yes, they are.
And the maintenance and construction of these drains are paid for by the benefiting landowners, correct?
Correct.
So not the municipality?
That is correct. We administer and provide the maintenance and operation of those drains, but we allocate all those charges to the benefiting landowners, including the removal of beavers and dams and other obstructions.
Thank you for that. Mr. Chair, one of the concerns that I have, and I understand that it needed to come forward in this report, but I think in the future going forward, if we're going to continually review our strategy, which is good practice, I think it would be important to separate any topic of municipal drains and drainage from the standard report. I think it's important that we separate municipal infrastructure and private infrastructure from municipal drains. Municipal drains are on private property, paid for by the benefiting property owners. being administered through the Drainage Act by the municipality. We don't make choices as to how we go about implementing that Drainage Act. It is spelled out. We follow the Act as it is written, as we are legally required to do. Question for Mr. Mark. Mr. Mark, if the City of Ottawa, against the legal advice it's received, determines that it would like to implement some type of flow device in a municipal drain, or if that would be a direction that would come from committee and council, could staff contravene the Drainage Act and institute some type of flow measure?
Mr. Chair, the city is bound to observe the language, the requirements of the Drainage Act, and if such a contravention took place, the city would be in violation of the Act.
So I'd be safe in assuming that even if committee and council directed staff to construct some type of flow management system in a municipal drain without following the Act and updating the engineer's report, we would be in contravention of the Act, and I would assume that city staff would not take that direction?
Mr. Chair, you will be aware that certain staff have a quasi-independent status from council. The medical officer of health is one, the chief building official is another, and in carrying out his or her duties, the drainage engineer would be a third. So I do not expect the drainage engineer would carry out that direction.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I think there's a lot around this topic, and I don't wish to belabor the points that I've made, but I do think it's important that we recognize that in a city as vast as Ottawa, multiple solutions can be brought to bear. And in the urban area, if there are locations that would warrant some type of flow device, I think it's important that we look to try to do that. I'm not advocating for the mass trapping and killing of beavers, but I do want to ensure that in rural Ottawa, where 700 municipal drains exist, that we ensure we take an approach that is realistic and that protects the safety of the public and infrastructure in the rural area. Thank you very much for staff's responses and to my colleagues' time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Chair, and my thanks to City staff for their work on this strategy and to the registered speakers for their delegation. I do appreciate Councillor Johnson's questions that allowed staff to outline the city's response protocol and responses to previous human-animal interactions. Those were some of my questions. And I'm also happy that Councillor Johnson asked questions about how staff envisions the new strategy working in terms of the process in which residents will report animal-human conflicts in the future. I'm pleased that staff had identified the need to clarify resources on the website and to ensure that these are also tied to new educational efforts. But ideally, these new information resources should be developed on the city's website, and they need to be made clear. I do have other questions, just a few rapid fire questions. I wanted to know from staff, will there be consultation with the Indigenous community concerning the acquisition of natural lands to aid the conservation of wildlife habitat? I know that was a concern of Ecology Ottawa. It's a concern of my own, and I do know that there are groups such as the Ottawa Aboriginal Collective that would like to work in consultation with the city in terms of acquisition of natural land. So just wanted to get a response on that.
Mr. Chair, we did send out letters several months ago regarding our environmental land acquisition program to 7 or 8 Indigenous communities and organizations, including the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, Kitigan-Zibi, the Algonquins of Ontario, to ask if they would like to meet with us to help advise us on that strategy. We received a request to meet from the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan, and we did have a meeting with them, and we are willing at any time to meet with anyone from the Indigenous community to speak about that program.
That's wonderful to hear it. But we definitely need to reach out to the host nations, and I just wanted to put on record that the Ottawa Aboriginal Collective would also be interested in having discussions with staff. My next question is, will there be coordination between the wildlife strategy, the new wildlife strategy, and the bird-friendly design guidelines?
Chair, as I mentioned at Audit Committee last week, the birds-friendly design is included in the high-performance development standards, and we intend to bring forward a strategy to high-performance development standards later this year.
So will there be coordination, though, between the strategy and the guidelines that are within those standards?
So, Chair, the high-performance development standards would speak to those. It wouldn't be included as an element of the wildlife strategy, but of course, we would make sure that there was consistency across all of our policies.
Okay. And the consistency is key, so that's very, very important. And then my last question, Chair, is will staff consider the creation of a portal for visualizing the monitoring of wildlife transmitted diseases with Ottawa Public Health?
Mr. Chair, we have not had that discussion with Ottawa Public Health, so we would have to take that question away.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I know it's early days, but of course, it's one thing for us to monitor wildlife transmitted diseases. It's another thing for us to report it, and I think it would behoove us as a city, as well as our public health agency. Of course, we'll leave that in their hands to ascertain whether that needs to be reported. But I think it makes sense that if we are monitoring, then we should be reporting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Councillor Curry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to focus my questions really on Action 1 that says we will conserve wildlife habitat. And you heard my questions to the delegate about the Blandings turtles. We heard there from another delegation and from Councillor Kavanagh about the March Valley Road Blandings turtles that are dying, getting killed. And we have Terry Fox, the whole fence situation there that clearly, based on the study by U Ottawa and Trent, shows us that the turtles are going, the population is declining dramatically. So that didn't work, I think, is the main point there. And so in our actions, we're going to, conserve wildlife habitat and protect habitat. And it says that our policies were strengthened in the OP. So my first question is, do you think that the policies in the OP were strengthened so that such a thing would not happen again, that there would be considerably different treatment of the habitat that we saw with the Blandings turtles? And I'll just tell my council colleagues, the concept that the breeding ground for these turtles was not maintained. It was placed right beside a road. The fence that was put up all along Terry Fox, the turtles got under. My understanding is that the mountain bikers that come from South March Highlands cut through some of that fence to make sure they had another pathway through, because another pathway was closed. So then there was an opening in the fence, and then the turtles came through the opening in the fence and were getting run over by cars. So my question is, do you think our policies that are in the OP would prevent anything from like this from happening again?
Mr. Chair, we can never promise that our policies are going to achieve the expected outcome, but we have considered the case of the South March Highlands, K&L lands, and the lessons that have been learned from that in crafting those policies. As Mr. Johannes noted in his presentation, our policies for the natural heritage systems say that future urban expansion shall exclude that natural heritage system. We have a policy in the official plan that supports the installation of wildlife passages where they're appropriate, and we have an action item in this wildlife strategy related to that. We have another policy in the official plan about construction of new roads through core natural areas and under what circumstances they can occur. So we have very strong policies in the official plan that work in conjunction with our existing land use designations, our existing environmental zones in the zoning bylaw, and we think it is a very robust set of policies.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess one of the emails I received said that, I guess the species at risk policy has been widely criticized, and some would recommend that municipal policies, not necessarily, they can't supersede, but they could go in a slightly different direction. Would you say that we've somewhat done that?
Our natural heritage system policies do provide somewhat of a belt and suspenders system. They do provide additional protections above and beyond what protections there are under the Provincial Endangered Species Act.
Okay. I will just ask one last question. I got an email a couple weeks ago from a planner that was just generally asking if we'd asked for beavers to be trapped along Terry Fox. And of course, we said no. But what had happened was the rail authority had put a beaver trap in there, and it had killed a Blandings turtle. So are there situations where we would be able to say to the rail authority, you can't go ahead and do something like that without talking to us or determining what our policies are, or can they just do what they want to do?
Mr. Chair, in that instance, that did come to our attention. We immediately got in touch with the rail company. The traps were set by a contractor to the rail company. We had them pulled out. We advised them that where they had set the traps was actually constructed as Blanding turtle compensation habitat. So the traps have been pulled out, and any future management at that site will be done with the agreement of the city, and we do have the ability to do that, yes.
Okay, but is there anything in the prevention now in our policies that would say that they can no longer just do something like that without getting permission from us?
As a matter of good practice, wildlife management in city infrastructure, in rail infrastructure and road infrastructure, is done generally in consultation with the natural systems team. On private property, we have really no ability to do that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Okay, I'm going to just look at our OP policies and think about a few things. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question and then a couple of comments. So in terms of the motions with amendments, is staff supportive of all the ones that are on the floor?
Yes, Chair.
Great, thank you. Yes, so thank you to Councillor Kelly for working on those friendly amendments. I think Councillor Brown did a great job of summarizing why municipal drains have to be treated a little differently given the impact and cost to landowners, but I think we've ended in a really good place. And I do want to highlight that the report does say where appropriate that we will look for alternatives. I was glad, Nick, you brought up the example of the pond leveler that's been installed adjacent to the Prescott-Russell Trail. That's in my ward. And we had persistent problematic beaver activity in that location. We had the community raising concerns. So, I felt like we really worked together to have an innovative solution that is seeing some success. So hopefully there will be more examples like that across the city. And lastly, I just wanted to share how happy I was to see that we'll be working more closely with Coyote Watch Canada. We had some coyote concerns in Ward 19, and so we had invited Leslie from Coyote Watch Canada to come give a talk, and it was excellent, and I felt like everybody who attended left with a better understanding of coyote behavior and really had their fears abated. So this is my plug. If there are future opportunities like that, definitely take them up on it because I thought it was incredibly informative. So all that to say, I like the direction of this strategy. I think promoting the respectful coexistence of wildlife and reducing conflict is critical for our growing community. So thanks to staff for your work on this. Thanks to all the community partners that provided input, and for everybody that delegated today. Thanks.
Thanks for those comments, Councillor Kitts. I'm going to go to Councillor Brockington, then Kelly, then Johnson, just on their first rounds. So Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have too much to add. I think that we've had a pretty good discussion here this morning, and comments from my colleagues reflect where I'm thinking. I do want to thank staff for their work on revising this strategy. What started off as creating a new coyote strategy morphed into updating our existing wildlife management strategy. And, the action plan is pretty comprehensive. So it's going to be tweaked, I hope, by committee and council, but we're getting to a better spot. And for me, this is always about coexistence. Coyotes aren't evil. Beavers aren't evil. Bears are not evil. We're in their territory, and this is about how we can coexist. And I do think there's a lack of education, particularly people who live in the urban core who maybe aren't used to seeing wildlife or larger mammals. This is normal. It's part of Canada. Living in Eastern Ontario, we should be blessed to have wildlife in the same ecosystem where we live, that we're part of this larger ecosystem. So I do believe that education is important. The woman in my ward who backs onto the Ottawa Hunt and Golf Club, who likes to feed beef jerky to coyotes, not a good idea. You're actually signing the death warrant for the coyotes by accommodating them and making them think that coming up to humans is normal when it isn't. And, my family live in Florida. There are signs about don't feed the alligators. Respect them from a distance, but you're only going to make things worse if you feed them. So we've done some good education and outreach. I think there's a lot more that can be done. You've heard from councillors today who have partnered with organizations, welcome them into their wards. We have to make sure that homeowners and residents in our city are aware that wildlife is a good thing, not a bad thing, and that we have a specific role to play to ensure the coexistence becomes successful. Page 13 of the report said, quote, substantial gaps and needs remain in the education of residents on the coexistence of wildlife. Bang on. My question, I appreciate the motion from Councillor Kelly on action item 8 with respect to beaver management. Good to see the revisions there from colleagues. My question to staff is, I wasn't here in 2013, it was the year before I joined council, but after that strategy was adopted by council, specifically on beaver management, what assessments, what reviews of best practices, what field trips did you take outside of Ottawa? What specifically did our staff do to learn about best practices, progressive ways to manage beavers, particularly in urban areas? What work has been done to improve our understanding of new practices with respect to beavers?
So, Mr. Chair, the 2013 wildlife strategy did include a pilot project for the use of flow devices, pond levelers, and other devices in beaver management. The pilot project was successful for the period in which it was carried out. The problem was that we did not have a dedicated resource to continue that. So the current action plan includes that dedicated resource to carry that out. I know that our own stormwater staff have done their due diligence. For my part, I have seen the use of the devices in Gatineau Park. I've been down to the City of London and looked at their use there. I have educated myself on the use of flow devices. They're ingenious, but they're not that complicated. And the studies do show that they work where they're appropriate, that they're cost effective where they're appropriate, and we certainly intend to proceed with their use in the city.
I appreciate that. And again, just to save time, I support the action plan before us and the motions that my colleagues have moved, and I'll be supporting them as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good fulsome debate today. So I just have one final question, and that's I wanted to touch on the public consultation piece and some of the things that we heard during the delegations, which are not uncommon, that people feel their feedback was not captured in the report. But I just wanted to ask if staff could provide a few clear examples of areas in the report that were altered or changed as a result of public consultation.
Councillor Carr, you're off mute. Sorry, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Carr, you're off mute. I don't know what was happening there, but.
That's okay. Do I need to repeat the question?
Go ahead, Vice Chair. Please do repeat it. Sorry.
No problem. Just because of some of the comments we heard in the public delegations, I was hoping maybe to put some of those feelings at rest. Perhaps staff could provide some specific examples of changes or alterations they made to the final report as a result of the consultation that they undertook as part of this process.
Mr. Chair, our response to the consultation is actually included in the revisions, the changes to the 2013 wildlife strategy that we have put forward in the 10-point action plan. We heard very clearly that our public engagement, our public education and outreach efforts were not adequate. We heard that we needed to be working with community organizations and experts in the development of seasonal, more seasonal messaging, more useful messaging. We heard that the public needed better information on the website about who was responsible for what and who they should be reaching out to. So that was included in our recommendation. We heard very clearly the community's concerns around beaver management. We have reflected that in our commitment to expanding the use of alternatives to trapping where it is appropriate to do so. We've heard about the wildlife resource the large mammal response protocol. We know that there are a lot of concerns about that, and we heard that there needs to be better communication about how that is implemented. So our response to the consultation is embodied in that 10-point action plan. We did not have any of those actions written before we went into public consultation. They were all written following our public consultation, which included, as you've heard, 2 public forums. It included a host of one-on-one meetings. It included a survey with numerous responses. And you've heard delegations speak to our As We Heard It report and tell you that it reflects the opinions that they put forward, the advice and recommendations that they have put forward. So that's how we have responded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair, and for your work today on that motion. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So this will be my last series of questions, and it really does focus on the wildlife specialist as the big ta-da of this report. So I was recently, I'll offer a story. So I was recently in Calgary with the now second Vice President of Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Councillor Tierney right here. And I took it upon myself to go visit Dale Hodges Park, which is a stormwater management pond in Bonus Park in Calgary, because I can't get enough of this stuff, you see. And there, it was interesting. They designed this stormwater pond. The city had purchased the land back from a quarry, and they designed it with infrastructure staff, with natural system staff, and with artists together collaboratively. And the city had impressed upon them that this was how they were going to approach this project. And we were walking through the pond, and it was at, kind of a low water level. And there were pathways all along the bottom of this pond that we as residents or whatever visitors could walk on. And the guy who was leading the tour said to us, I'm a water guy. I'm sorry, I don't know all the specialist terms of I'm the water guy. I'm the infrastructure guy. Let's put it that way. I never would have in a million years put a pathway on the bottom of a stormwater management pond for people to walk on. Like, that's just so weird to me. Why would anyone want to do that, right? And he said it was the other two systems that came together that said, we'd like to put people as close as possible to the infrastructure, for an educational component, for a natural beauty experience, and so on. And I asked him, I said, okay, so you never thought of that before on your own. I said, was the integrity of the pond compromised even a little bit? Did you have to compromise even a little bit on the integrity of this system by putting those pathways in there? And that's why you didn't consider it? And he said, no. He said, it works great. I just didn't consider it because it's not my wheelhouse to consider that, right? And so I sort of bring this story to the city of Ottawa. Here we're going to have a wildlife specialist who is going to be evaluating all of the systems or all of the different ways that are described in all of the actions. And this wildlife specialist is going to come in and say, hey, have you ever considered this wildlife lens on the work that you've been doing for 20 years or 25 years, or in the city of Ottawa, sometimes 35 years? And that individual is going to have to be able to respond and receive this new lens. What are we doing across departments to either have already seeded this idea as a city priority through the official plan, or what will we be doing so that those departments can receive this new approach in an open way? Because I imagine that without explicit commitment to this, it could be perhaps negated, right? You need an explicit commitment. So what are we doing?
Mr. Chair, I guess I'll start by talking about the example of the Kizil wetland west of Goulburn Forest Road, which is a licensed stormwater management facility. And it is an exception in the city's licensed stormwater management facilities in that we have beavers in it. And we allow those beavers to maintain. It has a lot to do with the nature of that stormwater management facility. It was a wetland that has been used for stormwater management, not necessarily always a best practice, but in this case it works. And it's the nature of that location that it's fairly tolerant of beaver activity. And so when the outlet structure at Goulburn Forest Road was redesigned, it was redesigned specifically to be beaver-proof. So the beavers would not interfere with it, and so that beavers could remain in that pond. We worked with our Parks Department on the pathway system that surrounds that pond to provide viewpoints to look down on those ponds so that the local community and visitors of the area could see that. One of the ponds is a great place for turtles, and there is a blind there that people can go and use to observe that beaver pond and see the turtles there. This is the kind of integrated work that we already do. The work that Councillor Kitts was referring to on the Prescott Russell Trail, it was the Parks Department that approached us and said, we're not sure what we should be doing here. There is this beautiful beaver pond that provides habitat. There's concerns by the community. How can you help us out with that? These conversations already happen. With respect to wildlife passages, I have been working with Sue Johns in asset management and Quentin, and my old brain forgets his last name, in roads, on how we deal with that. We are already doing this, and we definitely commit to continuing to do so.
Okay, very good. We'll certainly be looking for that around this table. And then I wonder, for the hiring of this person, we've had some questions about where we might find them, what the recruitment strategy might be, what kind of qualifications they might be offering. Do we have any sense of who this person might be and whether it's realistic to find a person who could fulfill this role as described?
Mr. Chair, yes, we do believe it is realistic to find such a person. We are already working with Human Resources on a job description and qualification. Essentially, we're looking for generalities. I probably shouldn't get into a detailed job description, but we're looking for a biologist or a natural resource specialist in mid-career with appropriate education, with experience in all types of wildlife management, including, the use of beaver deceivers, beaver bafflers, pond levelers, and someone who has the ability to speak and work with the public.
Thanks very much. Great questions, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Again, I want to thank Councillor Kelly for his motion. I have to treat the amendment by Councillor Brown separately because I don't think we should exclude municipal drains under the Drainage Act in this motion. I think the whole point of it is to look at holistically. So I just wanted to give a heads up to that and ask that be treated as a separate vote. I know we're not there yet, but I just wanted to give you a heads up.
Yeah, so when we get to that item, that's part of the first or second be it resolved, right? So if you're wanting to pull out one of those clauses, I'll just ask clerks to make sure that there's an option for a councillor to vote differently on that. And I'll likely just ask for staff comment on why those changes were made. Obviously, there's some legislative reasons why legals recommended those changes. So maybe we'll get just staff comment on that, and then I'll ask clerks just to be able to have, if councillors wish to vote differently on that piece, how we would do that. It was a friendly amendment, so it was automatically incorporated into the motions as part of the overall motion now. So I'll ask staff just to comment on why the changes were made.
Mr. Chair, if I could have a hard copy of the motion in front of me, please.
Okay.
Thank clerks for providing it to me. As was the question put to me by Councillor Brown, as I recall, the basis for the amendments that were made to this motion was to be in compliance with the law, in that the city has a statutory or regulatory obligation to ensure that municipal drains and stormwater facilities that are subject to environmental compliance approvals are operated in accordance with the law. And so Councillor Brown, Mr. Chair, you recall, asked me questions about that, and that is the nature of the changes that were made. It was done by what is termed a friendly amendment. If I can be technical for a moment, because I need to be. A friendly amendment is what is in reality a withdrawal of the original motion and a resubmission of a new motion with changes made. That's what it is. So this is now the modified motion is the motion that is in front of committee. If there is a desire to change it, it can be, but that would require an amending motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. If I can ask, why would it be a problem to identify alternative management practices for such as flow devices on municipal drains when it's been done in other areas and other cities?
I'll ask another member of staff who is more familiar with this than I to confirm it, but my recollection of an answer that was given is they are not used in municipal drains.
Yes, Chair, thank you. That is correct. We are not aware of any situation where flow devices have been installed in municipal drains within Ontario. We could take and be in compliance with the Drainage Act.
Okay, I'm getting conflicting information though on that, since we've heard that it's being used in other areas on that. So I'll just stick to, I'd like to just vote against that part, if that's okay. Just dissent, but support the motion.
Okay, so yeah, I think, Councillor, you can choose to do two things. One is you can dissent on the second be it resolved clause, if you wish to express dissent on that piece, or if you want to remove specific wording, as I'm understanding from Mr. Mark, you'd likely need an amending motion to remove this specific wording, which would be voted on separately. So if that's your choice, you can, I'll go to the other speakers on the list, and then you can choose which one you would like to exercise. But
thanks.
Okay, Councillor Devine. Oh. Okay. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pose a question to staff, either to Nick or to Will. When I was speaking to Donna Dubray, I was addressing the information that she had provided about the downstream impact of beaver dam removal and its impact on the water table, and therefore the impact on wildfire risk. So if, as she quoted, is true that water that seeps into the soil around a beaver pond can travel up to 2 kilometers underground, raising the water table throughout the zone, and if that high water table can act as a resilient barrier against wildfire, can staff just speak to that issue? Because as we are exploring other alternatives of beaver management, knowing that there are times when we will be knocking down dams and or removing beavers, can staff just speak, first of all, to the question posed, i.e. that this can have a potential impact on our water table and therefore wildfire risk?
Mr. Chair, I'm familiar with the work that Ms. Dubray was citing. Dr. Westbrook has done excellent research out in the Rocky Mountains. That research is not in urban areas, and it's not regarding stormwater management ponds or municipal drains in agricultural lands. The types of habitats that they're talking about, where we see the benefits of elevated groundwater levels, are Ottawa's natural areas. So the Marlborough Forest, the Carp Hills, the Cumberland Forest. These are the areas where you see these natural wetlands, where you see the benefit of beaver ponds in raising groundwater levels, and certainly they make those areas more resistant to wildland fire, which is something we do want to see. In general, we don't want to raise groundwater levels in urban areas because then you have flooded basements or sump pumps running 24 hours a day, and we generally don't want to raise them in Ottawa's agricultural areas, which are almost entirely on clay soils. And if you did that, then farmers would not be able to get into their fields in the spring to plant their crops.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Councillor Devine. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick question. Because, while you're in these meetings, you get emails from people who are clarifying things for you. So I want to ask a question to staff. So I got an email just indicating that regarding municipal drains, and believe me, this is not my specialty, is it not that sometimes what happens with a municipal drain then affects city land? I mean, I understand what Tim Mark is saying about the laws and we wouldn't want to do anything we weren't supposed to do. But are there no exceptions where the result of the drain affects city lands that then we would want to maybe look at them? It's the concept is that some members of the community are not happy that we are excluding municipal drains.
Chair, thank you for the question. Maybe we could be a bit helpful to describe some of the drainage process. So the city is, through the drainage process, a drainage engineer decides what that municipal drain is. Once it's installed through that drainage engineering report, city staff are essentially just trying to keep what has been outlined within that engineer's report. That is a third-party engineer that is not, the city is hiring, but we are not directing that engineer to say what they are reporting. The benefiting landowners are then expecting the city, and we have a legal obligation to maintain that drain as it's outlined within the drainage report. I believe that part of what we are suggesting is that adding flow devices will alter that engineer's report. It'll alter the flow of water, and that we would have to amend the drainage engineer report to make those changes amenable to within the Drainage Act. I can also add that we have 700 municipal drains and over 1,000 kilometers of those drains. We do not inspect them for beavers. We are not out there looking. We do not have the staff and resources to be proactively looking for beavers. In a lot of situations, we are getting called from the landowners because a beaver has caused an obstruction that has already started to impact their land. And in those situations, we have to address the obstruction and remove it under the Drainage Act.
Thank you for that. And I think the one delegation did a good job of indicating that, what can happen. But would we never say to the engineers ahead of time, could you contemplate a different option here so that, we're not going against what the engineers already said, but proactively saying, could you contemplate it?
I believe the other just difficulty that it poses is it is hard to predict where you would put a flow device because it's typically reactive. So you've installed drainage infrastructure. It's been designed to have a certain grade to it to provide the drainage. And generally in our agriculture areas where these drains are, you're not talking about a lot of slopes. So there's not a lot of option to have alternate flows, especially during high water times and rainfall events and spring runoff and that sort of thing. And so we can't predict where beavers might come to and then try to put a beaver dam in place where then the reactive process would be to put flow devices in. I think what is looked at proactively is, are you draining that area, and does that area need to be drained, and is that the appropriate tool? And I think other parts of the strategy really speaks to the conservation and keeping wetlands where wetlands are appropriate. But once we've gone through the process of trying to drain land and those are approved, it's very difficult because we can also put a flow device in and the beaver might not be happy with the flow device. It might be unable to create the obstruction that it's looking for and create the habitat that it needs to survive, in which case the beaver will just move up or downstream, and we'll be moving these locations. And there's a very good potential that you would be putting a flow device and then another flow device and another flow device, all to try to manage the beaver's obstruction. And we don't know where they're going to come to and where they're going to put their dams in place.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave that there for now, and we can contemplate between now and council if there's any different wording. I don't know if you have another idea, Mr. Chair, because now that is a friendly amendment, as Tim Mark has said, it's in there. If it were to come to council and anybody were to want to make a change, then it's just a separate motion, right? There's not like a reconsideration because it's committee versus council, right? So it can still be done.
That's correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Appreciate those set of questions. And Vice Chair CAAR.
Yeah, super quick question, or two, I think. Of the 700 municipal drains, are they all on private property?
The 700 municipal drains are on private property. They're in NCC property, city property. I think they run the gamut of the different ownership within the city.
Okay, so there's some that are on city property within that 700.
Just to clarify, I believe that I'm not aware of a municipal drain that's solely on city property, but they might transfer through city property. And of the property ownership of a municipal drain, it would be including multiple ownerships throughout the drain. Some of them are quite long and would have many different owners. It could pass through NCC property, private property, city property, and then back to private property again.
Okay, thanks. And my second question might represent a misunderstanding of something that was said earlier. In the new technologies for stormwater management, is there anything that's being built in newer technologies to prevent this beaver issue from happening at all?
Yes, Chair, our modern stormwater facilities have infrastructure in place to prevent beavers from being able to obstruct the flow of water within them, and therefore deterring beavers from trying to live in that stormwater pond. So 80% of our just under 100 wet ponds do not have beaver conflicts.
Okay, and future stormwater ponds that are built as part of new developments will not require those because of the newer technology built in?
Correct. As new stormwater facilities are coming in place, we're putting those protections in place during the design process.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for those questions. Co-Chair DeRuse.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a few comments, and I appreciate the delegation, and I appreciate the comment my colleagues and all the motions been put up. It's a good debate this morning we're having. But I've been councillors for almost 10 years. I'll tell you right now, the municipal drain, I even took trainings and courses in it. It is so complicated. Even our staff and our municipal drain department really will struggle with it. Municipal drain, I hope you'll never have one of those municipal engineer drain coming to your ward, because Cranberry Creek, I'll give you examples, Cranberry Creek, Cassidy Drain, and those meetings, they were stacked and packed by more than 100 and 200 residents, because the municipal drain is so complicated. It's actually petitioned by the landowner, and the landowners will petition the city and will install those drains, and they're not 1 kilometer, they're thousands of kilometers, and we have 700 of those in our communities, in our rural areas. So it draws lots of attention to the community and resident, and the landowner pay for them. And then we have to hire, and we have to put an engineer report, and we have to hire an engineer report to do that. And then all the expenses and all that will be paid by the landowner. But to say all that, to manage the water on your land and on farmland, you need to have those drainage. But they're so complicated, and you cannot direct the engineering report or the engineers to tell them how they do it. Because if you fix it, it's like a water problem. You fix it in one area and it goes to another area. It's not like you fix the issues. You can do it, eliminate the issues. So my colleagues, they've been really making good comment, and especially Councillor Brown, and he illustrated how we can deal with those issues and how we're really faced every day with those problems in our communities. But to find one solution to solve everything, honestly, it's not going to be happening. And we have legal in our hand, we have liability from the city, we have legals we have to follow, and we can't flood the farmland by start installing some devices that they will not be able to manage and control. So I really cautious my colleagues, and I'm hoping that we'll all understand and familiar ourselves before next council to talk about municipal drain. I encourage you to all have a conversation with our municipal drain department before we make any decision in council if we really want to bring any other motion. So I want to thank staff because they've done an amazing job. I look at the recommendation, they're all good, they're all balanced. I cannot thank them enough. I know Tyler has been answering the questions very good this morning for this committee and for council, but I also want to thank Dr. Stowe and his team. You look at all the recommendations, they're all balanced, we're not going to be making everybody happy, but there is some compromise and there is some work we could do collectively together. So I want to thank staff for bringing this report and those recommendations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair DeRuse. And also just wanted to say thank you to obviously the well-versed delegations, the meeting today, committee responsiveness to those community and organizations' concerns, and staff team being flexible in approach in working with councillors to represent those communities, and of course the clerk's team who were quick on these changes. So I think with that, we'll go through each motion as they were received. I'm going to just, if the councillor that moved the motion would like to wrap up at this time, I'm going to allow that to happen. And then a couple of them, one of them at least needs a clarifying question just around the vote. So on the first one, it's the Councillor Carr motion on behalf of Councillor Johnson. Did you want to wrap up, Councillor Carr or Johnson, or are we good to proceed to the vote?
Yeah, I can pass it over to Councillor Johnson if she wants to speak on the behalf. I'll just note that we have had some requests to make it a bit more prescriptive as to who is on the committee, but I'm hesitating to do that at the point because we haven't clearly defined the scope and objectives of that department-led working group. That's actually specifically in the motion, so I just wanted to clarify that. But can you allow Councillor Johnson to speak as well, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly, so, I think my first motion at council was respect to the advisory bodies that we have that are advisory and counseling committee at several places, and there's quite a bit of work still to come at the midterm governance review, and a part of that is also making sure to manage public expectations about how their comments will be considered, what kind of changes they can expect from it, where and where not public participation is appropriate, because it does appear to be uneven in certain places of the corporation. So just making sure that this particular advisory group will align with the work coming out at midterm governance. So had worked with the clerk's office and with Mr. McDonald to make sure that this motion would only enhance existing work underway for public participation. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Johnson. Okay, with that, can we carry that motion? Carried. Thank you very much. The next one received was the Councillor Brockington motion. This was the report back 2 years after implementation by Q2 2027. Councillor Brockington, you heard staff talk about the regular reports back as well. Did you want to comment on this, make wrap up?
Just as good governance, once you've revised a strategy after it's been implemented, in this case 2 years, that we get a report card from staff and allow the committees to receive that information at this point. It's not just one action plan, it's a detailed action plan covering off many things, and I think it's wise after 2025 and 2026 to get an update. Thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks very much. Can we carry that motion? Carried? Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Kelly's motion, I want to make sure Councillor Kelly has a chance to wrap up if he wishes on this motion. And also, I'll just ask for clerk's opinion on if a councillor would like to vote against one of the be it further resolve clauses. Can we have that where we pull it out? Is it pulled out, or should they just dissent on that one piece? I'll ask clerks to think about that as I hand it over to Councillor Kelly. Go ahead, Councillor Kelly.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't have a ton to close this off. We've had a very fulsome debate and a lot of contributions from various members of the committee. So just want to thank colleagues for working with me in a bit of a flurry this morning as the meeting got kicked off to make sure we had some of the major concerns that were put forward by both the public and my fellow councillors captured in here, while still being in compliance with the Drainage Act. And so I think we did great work here this morning, and I'm really appreciative of everyone's support, and look forward to passing this motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair. Chair Derouz, did you have a hand there? No, okay. Okay, so just on the clerk's question of around voting procedure for this.
Mr. Chair, if there's going to be a recorded vote on this matter, I would recommend separating out any clauses that members wish to vote on separately. If not, a member can dissent on an individual one of the 4 resolutions in this motion.
Okay, so I'll ask councillors if there are people that want to vote against a particular clause, you can just dissent. If you want to record a vote, you can request that. But
I'll dissent on the second, be it further resolved.
Okay. We'll note that dissent. Anyone else want to pull anything out? Okay, so with that, can we carry this motion with the noted dissent on the second clause by Councillor Kavanagh?
Correct.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. Okay, and the last motion is from Councillor Devine on the Ottawa Humane Society, and thanks to the Ottawa Humane Society for coming out and speaking very succinctly to this and answering all of Council's questions. Councillor Devine, do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just very quickly, I appreciate my colleagues' patience for letting me bring this motion quickly to the table, and certainly in the grand scheme of all that we discussed today, perhaps not on the same scale, but for the Ottawa Humane Society, it certainly is very, very impactful to their bottom line, and I appreciate the hard work that they do with limited resources for the city. So very briefly, I think this motion will continue to extend a good working collaborative partnership between Ottawa Humane Society and Bylaw. And as I understand it, Bylaw is not only supportive of the motion itself, but they agree with the point behind the motion that the costs that Ottawa Humane Society are incurring now will certainly increase over the years, and they were supportive of the fiscal recommendation in the motion. So thank you to my colleagues.
Thank you for that, Councillor Devine. Can we carry that motion? Okay, Carrie, thank you for the work on that. And so the final recommendation with those changes is that the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee and the Environment and Climate Change Committee jointly recommend that Council approve the action plan as described in this report and as amended. Is that carried?
Yep.
Okay, thanks, everybody.
Carried.
Thank you for today, folks, and thanks for the delegates for coming out. It's a staff team too. Appreciate it. Have a good day. We're adjourned.